Yeah, it is. I mean, he's stupefied. I'm not sure.
What do you mean Australian? He's not even live. He's watching the paper. He lives there.
Hello. Some housekeeping and announcements because before we begin again, thank you for coming. So those of you that have received travel, that have been elected traveling and have not given me your W9 forms, please do so in the conference. So many of you are actually heading out to the airport today, and I just want to point out there's like this super shuttle service, which is like a shared shuttle van.
And mainly because I think the 3D structure of DNA is more commonly known because it's I'm gonna try to stand right in front. Because it's a helix, and this is sort of the typical image. And we don't really see too many pictures of RNA in the popular press, but it has a slightly different kind of look from DNA. All the bases are kind of come at a slanted angle, and it's more tube-shaped than DNA. And this leads to some very interesting type of structural properties when we try to build with it. Anyways, I wanted to show that, but this is a little bit awkward. So in RNA, we have a very deep groove and a shallow groove, and those are sort of comparison to DNA, which has a major and a minor groove. So this is the common nomenclature, but in RNA, like the major groove is actually really small and it's very deep and inaccessible. And by contrast, the minor groove in RNA is kind of wide and is shallow. So this is the more accessible groove on RNA. This is the one where the sugars point. And so, this is very hot. Okay, and I just wanted to kind of point out some of the things that RNA does that make it interesting, and that is that it doesn't always pair G with C and U with A, like in the game. You can form lots of other type of three-dimensional interactions with RNA, and the most common ones I just wanted to point out were some type of purine-purine mismatches and some pyrimidine-pyrimidine ones, and also this one at the bottom. And it's kind of interesting. I don't actually know why certain type of configurations in a game have, like, for instance, this GAAG is given a parameter in the folding model that makes it super stable. But this is not, you know, these are not really bulged in this case. In this configuration, it's a special motif. It's a three-dimensional thing, and it looks very helical. And that's because these G's, when they're across from an A, often pair in this type of configuration. And this forms 3 hydrogen bonds. It's technically the same number of bonds that a GC pair forms, but why is it less stable than a GC pair? It's because the shape of it is a little bit different than a regular base pair. And so if you try to stack it onto a helix, it doesn't stack perfectly good. So I think the analogy is like, how does stacking work, right? Say you have in your cupboard, a matching set of 12 plates, right? And when you do the dishes, you stack them all up, and they make this perfect pile. And then you go to the thrift store and you buy like, 3 random things that don't match your set, and then you try to stack the dishes after doing, and if you put the little dish and the platter in between, it becomes like an unstable kind of tower. And if you want to make that work, well, you got to put the big platter on the bottom and the little plates on top. And there's an order to how these things, when you stack them up, are going to make a stable structure. And in RNA, it's kind of the same way. You have different kind of shapes, and you have to stack them in different ways. So this plate has a different shape than a regular Watson-Crick pair. And so the rule is, if you want to stack this guy, he kind of wants to go on the end of the helix, or maybe if you can put a whole bunch of these in a row, then they can stack on each other and be stable. And so there's lots of configurations like this where you have G's and A's in some sort of alternating pattern, and those make kind of a stable stack. I don't know if that's a good abstraction or not. And it's also similar for these UU mismatches. So this is a common boost in EteRNA where you have a UU bulge. And it's not just some peculiarity. Actually, you can form a base pair between U's, and it's not that stable, but it's better than nothing in some cases. And I think that there's some of these type of three-dimensional aspects that are kind of snuck into the current energy model. But maybe it's unfair because there's actually a lot of other type of interactions that are sort of left out. So as you start to go to more complicated conformations, some of them are also 3D. They don't have a special energy associated with them yet. I think that's part of what EteRNA is trying to get to the bottom of. And I should also note that like this interaction here that's very stable in these voltages is also the trick at the end of hairpins where you put the G boost for a 4-nucleotide term, this type of this interaction also looks kind of like this. And that's why you have this stable energy and that stable energy. And another one I wanted to point out is this interaction. This is between a U and an A, but it doesn't look like a regular UA base pair. It's called, it has a special name, but in this context where it's next to a bulge, it's called a UA handle. And essentially the way it works is like this U is opposite of a handle, or this could be a big branch structure. But what's funny is if you put this UA at the end of the stack here, oftentimes it won't fold as a regular Watson-Crick pair, but it will form like this. And then in the Cloud Lab experiment, it may not probe like a double strand. It'll have this weird conformation and look like a single strand. So maybe that's the reason why you want to avoid putting those on the end of stems in Cloud Lab, but actually it's a stable conformation, so it doesn't mean that it's bad. Just pointing it out, but it's kind of a weird feature. And so what is it about RNA that has all these interesting exceptions to the rule? Why is that? And the thing is, like, natural RNAs are not just coding for proteins. They're not just like some helix. They actually have three-dimensional structure. And it's the three-dimensional shape of this RNA that actually carries a function and is preserved by nature. And so we have a whole bunch of them. The most famous is tRNA, which brings the little amino acids to bring to the ribosome, which assembles them together to make proteins. So this is like the workhorse center of the cell, and it's mostly RNA. There's some of this stuff, the blue colored stuff stuck on the outside, those are little proteins, but it's mostly RNA. Then there's RNA machines that are a little bit smaller, like the introns. It's just well, it's not that small, it's a few hundred nucleotides. But it's a pretty compact little machine. And there's another one here, RNAP. So this blue thing is an RNA machine which comes in and he edits the end of the tRNA to mature. So there's a whole machinery in the cell that's made completely or almost completely out of RNA. And that's just sort of a secondary structure that folds up like we do in EteRNA, but it folds into a 3D shape that has some sort of function. And so how do we figure out from the 3D shape of the thing or the sequence if it's going to have a function, or how can we sort of define maybe a new 3D shape that might have a function if we just sort of understand how to fold? So the folding game is sort of understand better how 3D motifs work, how they relate to certain non-Watson-Crick pairs, and can we engineer these things? So I just wanted to show a picture of this is the 16S ribosomal RNA secondary structure. So this would be like a pretty awesome EteRNA puzzle one day. If we just I think, actually, it's not just this branched secondary structure. There's all these little I don't know if you can see them, but there's all these little symbols in here that represent all the different types of non-multi-crick interactions. So it's actually a very complicated structure and it's very interconnected. And this thing, aside from being like kind of fractal looking, like the veins on a leaf, all those little edges here interact with each other, and they interact by different modes. So sometimes there's like, a loop that binds the loop and makes sort of a ring shape, that's a kissing loop. So we recently did a cloud lab that was kind of looking at this type of interaction. There's also these ones where, a hairpin interacts with a helix or a receptor in a helix that specifically recognizes a loop. And so these type of interactions are what sort of bring the whole three-dimensional structure of an RNA together. And can we learn a little bit about from the structure of these branches, how they interact, and can we use that to sort of engineer a new architecture that's maybe easier for humans to understand? And so here's kind of the way that it works. On the top, we had yesterday, Sean Douglas came and showed you a little bit about how you can fold DNA into complicated architectures. And those architectures look kind of like this. There are many strands. So each strand is a different color, and there's some long strands and there's some short strands, and they all pair together, form a huge secondary structure. But what really is like a repeating pattern of a lot of little DNAs that stick together to make a big architecture. In RNA, though, it's a little bit different paradigm. It's a long one strand of RNA. So you have to figure out, like, if I want to build this out of RNA, how do I join all these parts together so that it's one long continuous strand? And the solution that I came up with, anyways, is you have many helices in a row, and you have these seams that kind of like those. And then we just put loops on the end here, so these would be like your tetra loops maybe. And then here, to replace all of these staples in the middle, we're going to use a long-range interaction instead. So this is the kissing loop. And in the case here, the strand will start here on the blue and kind of go through the rainbow. And we have a complicated structure, but it's made out of one long strand. So generally, any architecture you can make up here, you can do the similar type of thing by using 3D motifs. Yeah. Yeah, please.
What is the dovetail seam?
Okay. That's a good one. It's actually, these are just four-way junctions. They're like short helices. I call them a seam partially because in the folding model, for instance, on EteRNA, if you try to make a structure with a whole bunch of two base pair stems joining things together, it doesn't really fold super good. I made a few challenge puzzles kind of based on this, so I know that Oglahu kind of helped me figure out how to stabilize three base pair ones in the Vienna model. So some of these, I forget what they're called. There's one I think I called a caterpillar or something. It's got a whole bunch of little tiny stems. So those are kind of like those.
Thank you.
And anyway, so the reason why I have them is in a structure like this where all these rest of the stems are pretty stable, these guys maybe they don't get predicted in an energy model, but there's no reason why they shouldn't be able to base pair and stack in it. Rishi?
To follow up on Jeff's question, the dovetail seams are
they're kind of like the zigzag patterns that the players have discovered to be Achilles' heels of RNA designing methods.
Yeah, a little bit like that.
Zigzag has bulge on one side, bulge on the other side. Then how many of these pairs between them?
One.
Oh, one, not two. Okay, this has two. All right, this might be easier.
Yeah, but these are actually secondary structural, but they're not super stable on their own, so they kind of get a different name. Okay, so the kissing loops, right? So that's this kind of abstraction I drew here, where two loops maybe stick together, but what do they look like in 3D? And so on the left, this is just your RNA helix in yellow, and this is the 180-degree kissing loop. So this is the one we played with in the lab. It's two pieces that join together, but in the end, this shape is exactly the same as a helix, or really, really close to a helix. And so anywhere where you have a helix of this length, you can substitute it with this blue unit. And how does it work? Like one strand comes here, the 5' end comes up here, and then it starts base pairing like this. But in order to go from this strand, it has to sort of jump across the major groove. I'm know if that's easy to see, but see how like here, the strand, the 5' end comes up here, and it just continues going through. In this case, the 5' end comes up here, but instead of going to this point, it jumps over to groove with a couple bulge nucleotides, and then comes back. And so that's sort of how it works, by having some bulges that can jump over the groove. And in this type of kissing loop that has sort of an angle associated with it, the strand does the same thing, but instead of having two nucleotides that jump across the major groove, it doesn't have any, and so instead it just bends the RNA. Okay, so in the context of building something out of it, what does that look like? And so here's 2 helices, and then I inserted kissing loop here, and sort of made a trapezoidal-looking RNA out of it. And it starts here, and then you have a loop, and then this is a 4-way junction and a 4-way junction. So it's 2 4-way junctions, and 2 of the loops like to kiss each other. And that makes it a kind of a stable unit. And all these parts on the outside, so these are the angled kissing loop designs. They can make some kind of hexagonal assemblies, and this is a straight kissing loop design that can be used to program straight edges. So these are just 2 different types of nanostructures that were previously made, just only using those type of straight or bent connectors. But when we combine all of them together in a little more complicated shape, we can actually make more interesting, beautiful structures, I think. So I made these hexagonal type of arrays, and each side of a hexagon is one of these RNA units. And because each RNA unit has 4 connector edges, you can make a pretty complicated type of pattern. So you can make hexagons or rectangular arrays or some kind of swirly zigzag things, and those are all programmed by the shape of the 3-dimensional edge motifs you choose. And of course, if you picked different connectors on the edges, you could make different types of patterns. Okay, so I had kind of a conversation yesterday about how is it that RNA folds, and are there different ways to fold RNA? And in the case here where I'm showing a video, this is a simulation of a co-transcriptional fold, so it's a website called EteRNAcon. You can actually play with this yourself. You can fold an RNA up to 400 nucleotides and simulate how it would work by different enzymes. And so what's happening here is that as an enzyme in the computer simulation adds nucleotides at the end, the strand gets longer, and then sort of the structure that's stabilized changes as it goes. And it's sort of, you see that it rearranges a lot before it gets to the end where here this kissing loop is predicted. So also this kind of fold predicts pseudomounts, which is kind of cool. Okay, so then on the right here, oh my gosh, it's hard to use. This is annealing. Wow, it goes faster because the simulation, I think, is easier. Let me watch that again. So with annealing, what happens is the whole sequence is already synthesized. It's in the test tube already. And so you see the big circle there, was a full sequence single-stranded, and then the temperature starts decreasing, and it starts to stabilize different parts of the structure first, and then it kind of collapses into the final state. And so it's not a gradual buildup of structure, but sort of a collapsing of the one strand into the final structure. And this one looked like it folded faster, but actually it said here it took it 25 seconds of simulation and 500,000 transitions. This one only took 900 milliseconds. So essentially, when it was done being produced by the enzyme, it was already folded. And so in a way, the co-transcriptional folding can be faster and more efficient, but it just depends on how you design the sequence, I think. But I'm going to kind of focus on the co-transcriptional aspect. And so here's sort of another cartoon of what goes on. You have a polymerase, and you have a long gene of DNA that encodes the RNA structure, and the polymerase binds, and it starts producing the RNA in glue. So here comes out RNA, a bunch of little hairpins. And as a polymerase moves down the DNA, the RNA chain grows longer and longer, and it starts folding up on itself, forming junctions, these little multi-loops, and then maybe it makes one of these loops that kind of kisses. So here's the first kissing loop assembling. An idea is if you design the structure in the right way, maybe these kissing loops can assemble first this one and that one in sort of an ordered structure, and then it leads to sort of a programmed gradual assembly of your nanostructure. So here's the RNA, it's folded when it comes off of the template, and then this guy can go and do its thing, which is make hexagons. So here's a little cartoon video. This is about approximately the rate at which a polymerase will synthesize an RNA of that size. It's actually pretty quick, at least T7 polymerase. If we slow it down, here's kind of a 3D visualization of the other movie that I showed you where the RNA kind of flopped about and went through a bunch of transitions before it found its final structure.
Again.
You want to see the movie?
Yes.
I had fun making this video, but I wanted to make it for like a 600 or larger nucleotide structure, but it's just a lot of work trying to make a cartoon like this. Yeah, it's also green because I thought it looked like a vine growing. So. Okay. So this is a very nice cartoon saying, okay, ideally this is how I would like it to work. I'll just show you the experimental result. Actually, the annealing method worked much better in this case. So this is sort of the technical soup. The annealed one, which I showed, is sort of the whole RNAs are synthesized and they collapse when you cool them. Here's what actually we do in the experimental world. We produce RNAs in a kind of a vat and we purify them. By whatever means you use. This, in this case, it's kind of showing that we use a big acrylamide gel. We cut the RNAs out, and then we mix them together stoichiometrically, 1-to-1, perfect ratio of all the units. And then, under very controlled conditions, slow cool it, and then these things stick to the micro in these beautiful assemblies. Of course, in a more maybe biologically relevant experiment, what really all happened was the enzymes and the DNA were just mixed together and then immediately put onto the micropuck, and then this is sort of what you see. You see the bright things, which are proteins that produce RNA, and then you see little honeycomb arrays, but they're not as big and beautiful as this one. So I think in the co-transcriptional setup, it's a little trickier to get it to work right, but of course I think this is where we want to go with RNA eventually, so that's the problem we're working on. But for now, I'm just going to show like one little zoom in of this section of the array that worked really nice to kind of maybe convince you that these are individual molecules. And so what I did here is I imaged this thing with the atomic force microscope multiple times in a row. And under repeated imaging, what happens eventually is one of the units snags on the instrument and comes off. And so then you can see a single molecule removed from this array after imaging multiple times. And why is that? It's actually because the atomic force microscope is interacting with the surface. So I didn't draw this. My advisor drew this. I wouldn't draw myself. But here's kind of a zoom in of what the AFM looks like. It's a laser that shines on this vibrating mirror, and it's basically a sharp point that moves on the surface and kind of scratches to see what's there. And so after imaging the same piece of RNA over and over, what happened is some RNA stuck here and got yanked away from the surface. It's a mechanical thing, but what's also cool about it is that because of the mechanicalness of it, you can actually see an event where a single molecule comes up off the surface. Maybe that gives you an idea of how the structures work. Okay, so here I'm changing gears a little bit, and this is that unit that made the nice hexagons, but we want to make bigger and fancier things. So the idea was scale it up. So we took the same architecture, made it twice as tall and a little bit wider. And these ones, this is the co-transcriptional folding result. Two different architectures. I won't go into details about it, but here's kind of the folding result. So they work, but they're kind of messy. I think you can see that those are hexagonals. But what's cool is that these are actually co-transcriptionally folded. So that means the entire experiment, it took 15 minutes to do. And the RNA folds up really fast. And I'll show this scaling it up a little bit bigger to 6 helices. And so this is the largest structure we were able to produce so far. So here's 660 nucleotides, and these are the AFM images showing some hexagonal arrays. So this is sort of a picture with 1 RNA per unit here. That's ideally what it would look like. And second surface. Now this guy was not produced co-transcriptionally, so still working out how to make larger molecules that way. Good trick. Still, you can produce with this type of pattern a wide assortment of sizes. And I wanted to just make this comparison. So if we want to eventually design things that are as complicated as, say, the ribosome, this is a small subunit of ribosome. Where are we so far in this, in this pathway? So this is on the bottom, the length, so that's like 1600, maybe the large subunits up here. And this axis is the number of helices in the design. The more helices you have to design, the harder it is. And where do these sit? Well, actually, they're kind of down here, comparable to the size of some ribozymes, some things in nature, but really very, very far from sort of the target where we want to have full control, be able to make any structure we want in a cell. So, and then I would say actually this plot here is a complete cheat, because if you look at these two guys here, they look like they're the same size. Let's just take a look. Are they the same complexity? Can you tell? So this is like a flat tile. It's very easy for my mind to understand how this works compared to this, which is a complete three-dimensional thing. So I think we made progress by being able to design things like this, but how do we go from this type of design to this type of design? And I think that's sort of a question that I'm hoping EteRNA is going to get to the bottom of. So aside from the shape of it, though, they're about the same size and the same number of helices, so that's a benchmark. So how do we make a very complicated three-dimensional structure? And this is where things get a bit hairy. So here's a diagram of the large subunit of the RNA ribosome. And these yellow guys are little loops, and these red guys are the place on the structure where they interact. And this is just loops binding to helices. And you see, like, they just crisscross all over the whole structure. It's highly interconnected. So to get to a point where we can design structures where, this guy is going to pair over here, this guy is going to pair over here, that is the future. And sort of nature uses many of these very weak interactions that pile up together to strengthen a big, complicated structure.
Yeah, it doesn't say you can't make that big, complicated structure like that. But you know all the components, for instance, right? So what you do is you make a lot of these subcomponents and you put them together, or you let them sit randomly, but you increase the probability of that. Then are you guys looking into that? That way you increase the probability of making a complex structure.
Yeah, well, I mean, we want to design, a complete designer structure, so we don't want to just make RNAs that by chance interact. I mean, maybe we do, I don't know, there's different approaches, but I was kind of going from a rational approach. How do we engineer a structure like this? And I think it's very hard, because even if we can make a structure this size, engineering the interconnections between them is something tricky. But I'll just show you sort of what I was thinking. Here's a structure that's about the size of a ribosome. It's supposed to look like a smiley face. I don't know if you can see. Here's his eyes and a smiling mouth. Maybe he's got some extra stuff hanging off his teeth here when it gets synthesized. But what is this? How do we design this? You can't put this secondary structure into EteRNA yet and work it out. It's a tricky problem. So actually, we need computers. And what's also cool, though, is that if EteRNA could figure out how to design this piece with a bot really, really well, there's no reason why that same bot can't crunch on the bigger structure and just take longer. So somehow I see a really cool scaling that, a lot of rules you guys are working on for designing a structure, and you're just working on smaller pieces, they may, at least we hope, kind of translate to how do you design a bigger structure eventually. And so I'll just show a little bit about how I'm kind of doing this. So I have a script, and if anybody's interested in trying to use this script, I'll share it with you. But it's actually, this is a text file, and you just draw it with like dashes and lines, type out what secondary structure you want to make, and the program finds the 5' end and reads through it and produces this type of computer input. And I think you guys maybe have seen this in EteRNA. This is the dot parens that you can copy and paste into the puzzle designer. So you can draw a puzzle, and then you can get something that you can paste into EteRNA. Of course, EteRNA will not like something this big, but that's fine. And so aside from this, this is actually a new pack input, and it does more than just define this secondary structure. It also defines all these kissing interactions and domain structure of the thing. So the new pack comes in. You can look at this and logically understand that, you know, this loop is supposed to pair with that loop, for instance. But still, that's a limit. And this also goes into why I created the Cloud Lab to look at kissing loops, because before we did the Cloud Lab, we had a handful of really nice, usable RNA kissing loops. But if we want to make this smiley structure, actually we need 35 of them. And maybe if they were all specific to their partner, that would be even better. So can we do that? And here I'm pointing out the dovetail seams. So here they're all different spacings because they're actually a three-dimensional thing. But I don't want to go into too much detail there. I just wanted to show, like, hey, we need a lot of these interactions, a whole lot of them, not just one or two, but many of them. How do we do that? And I actually think EteRNA is one way to do it, where you can have a lot of people design their version of this motif, and then you have all of a suddenly many versions of the motif, and maybe you can use them all together. So that's cool. So here's the first experiment where everybody just designed a scaffold to stabilize this kissing loop, and here's the probing data. It's nice and protected. And here it is mapped onto 3D structure, and see the parts that were cleaved, modified by shape, are yellow, and they're pointing out into the solvent where they're very accessible. And the parts that are blue and protected are kind of locked into helices. So I think in principle it worked. And here's kind of an alignment showing that actually many people solved the puzzle and got really good protection in the loops and really nice cleavage modification signal on the A's. So I think it was really nice work. And it was so great that we went back and we had you guys design many of these. So now we have hundreds of new kissing loop designs. And actually, if you look down at the raw data from the website, here, this little band, you can see the A-hole just like lined up all the way around the thing. And then if you look here, where you guys designed the puzzle, like, okay, here's one where somebody maybe made a negative control because it's like modified, but like almost all the designs were very good. So I was super impressed with what you guys did with that Cloud Lab. So hopefully we'll get to do another one soon. And so in the beginning, I showed something about 3D shapes. So what about 3D shapes that have function, and how do we get at them? And I just wanted to show that in the next couple slides, I think I'm out of time almost, but the modularity of RNA allows us to sort of characterize a structural unit. So here's a tRNA, for instance, and then we just stuck on the end some connectors so we can build it into a large structure. So this unit is a corner like this. You have all sorts of weird angles between them, but when we took 8 of them together and made sort of a 3-dimensional molecule, wireframe structure, the time we did cryo-EM of it, and here's our some of our what do you call that, groups. And you see the reconstruction here, a wonderful 25 angstroms resolution. And I just wanted to show that 25 angstroms is actually enough to see helices, which is great. And I was really excited when Sean Douglas was showing yesterday this cryo-EM vision of the future and saying, hey, you're going to get 4 angstrom structures of EteRNA designs. That's an amazing resolution. 25 angstroms is still not bad. But I think with 4 angstrom resolution, you'd be able to see all sorts of little features in the structure. So I'm very excited about that future. And what does it mean? Well, here's sort of a library of 3-dimensional motifs that have been characterized by crystallography. So already you can use these to build structures. So here's sort of a library of little branched RNA structures, and it looks kind of like a weird family tree of all these things. But actually, those units are structural components that can make all of these different nanostructures with us, by combining them in different ways. And this is, I think, what we want to be able to do is design freehand any type of arbitrary shape wireframe or space filling out of RNA that you want. And I'll just show some experimental data on these things to show that we characterize all of those so far. And the most complicated one we did was a heart shape that's composed of 6 RNA units. So here's the model. And this was sort of the cryo-EM class average, which looks very much like the model. So I think that, at this scale, we're doing pretty good. It's a rather a challenge to go any larger than this current point. And so I wanted to show you guys that you know, combining sort of this approach where we make every little motif, every little helix is designed, and sort of this approach where it's a repetitive structure. I think this is going to be really cool because we can take like a scaffold like this and we can put some of our favorite proteins. So here's MS2 that you guys know and love. There's also fun ones like, you know, the spinach aptamer, which fluoresces really bright green when something binds to it. That could be a future cloud lab. There's also lots of little tiny RNA motifs that interact with peptides. So there's a ton of cool 3D structures of RNA that interact with proteins, and we can use those to sort of do much more interesting things on RNA in the future. So I think the future for 3D is really great with RNA, and so I hope that you guys are excited about eventually getting to be part of that. I wanted to acknowledge you know, Ebba Anderson and Paul Rothman, who are my advisors for this work, and my PhD advisor, Luke Yeager. Yeah, I'll take questions if you have any.
Are there real-world applications for the hexagon structures, the other structures that you're building, or are they just stepping stones to more complex structures?
So far they've been kind of stepping stones, but I'm like, we are right at the transition point now of making applications. So I'm working with some other labs on this project actually, where we're going to try to have RNA on the protein binding domains on these RNA structures that are functional and interact with nature. But I think that, yes, we will have applications very soon for this type of structure, I think. At least I'm hopeful of it. Yeah.
Oh, me.
You mentioned you were excited about what Sean described yesterday with cryo-EM validation of EteRNA structures. But so you made really good use of AFM to help guide your work over the last 10 years?
Yeah,
I've been working on this for 10 years.
I lose track of time, something like that.
I've known Tony's work, I think, since I was a graduate student, which was just so impressive. Anyway, so this is like your lifelong passion, I think. Anyway, but for the AFM, what do you think about what if, with low green news help, we could start testing 500 nucleotide RNA designs using chemical mapping and/or fluorescence? If we sent you 10 of those, is it hard to do the AFM? Is it easy?
Okay, so for AFM, the structure has to be engineered to be very flat. So
there is 2D puzzles for sure.
It has a very weird dynamic where the flatter the structure is, the better it sticks to the microscope imaging area, which is the mica surface. The better it sticks, the better quality of imaging you get. And part of the reason why I'm so interested in cryo is because up till now I've been making structures, and they're all three-dimensional structures, but they're engineered to be roughly flat, pancake-like, so that we can image them on AFM. And that seems counter to where we really want to go and make full three-dimensional globular shapes. We can't image those by that method, so cryo is sort of where we have to go if we want to go more 3D. Of course, AFM technology is getting a lot better. We could image some 500-600 nucleotide RNAs, but if they're not very flat, I don't expect them to look super great. So. Yeah. Try not to break everything.
Right, so next up is Vineet and Tomo. So we'll have Joey Esselman and in theory Adrian, but he's not here, as panel, and then we will probably fill the void.
Yeah, we have. I suggest Cody fills the void.
Okay, yeah, that sounds good.
Can everyone hear me? Is my mic on?
I don't think so.
No. Hello?
There we go.
It's on? Yeah. All right, so Nirja and I are going to be talking about the work we did last summer on EteRNA 3D, which some of you might remember, it was kind of a blink and you miss it kind of thing. But we'll be talking about the what we did, what we made, the experimental results we had, and where we see the future of EteRNA 3D, where we see it going. Right, so I guess I'll just briefly recap. A lot of people have already mentioned this, but RNA kind of has three different structures. We all know and love the primary structure and the secondary structure. This is what we interact with every day on EteRNA. And then there's also the tertiary structure, how it folds in the three dimensions. And these structures are all really important, but especially the tertiary structure is important because the structure leads directly to some kind of atomic position, which aids molecular reactions and allows for the creation of an RNA's function. So what this equates to is that the structure of an RNA becomes its function. And so if you want to design an RNA that has a specific function, you need to understand its structure and you need to design the structure. Yeah, and so the goal of EteRNA 3D last summer was to see if we could understand this kind of relationship between RNA structure and function. And our preliminary goal was to see if EteRNA players, if us, or if we could design the actual RNAs. And so in the DOS lab, we briefly built an interface that kind of used these RNA motifs, which are similar to Lego building blocks. So the basic idea was you had your RNA structure, and you could just choose a building block on the left of the interface, and it would stack it up, forming the overall RNA structure. And so we piloted this directly in EteRNA on the development servers, which is probably why some of you might not have seen it. And we used 460 of these RNA motifs, which are, like I mentioned before, these building blocks. And you can actually still see the interface on this link later if you're interested.
Not up.
It's not up?
No.
I just tested it like yesterday.
Is that the right? Like, oh, as opposed to slash. Yep, make sure you put the right.
All right, yeah. So make sure you include this trailing slash. So EteRNA is very picky about the links, so make sure you have this correct link if you want to view it.
It works.
Yeah. So just a quick recap: Lego building blocks. Stack them. You stack them up among each other to form the overall RNA structure, and that creates the overall shape of the RNA.
Alrighty, so this is like the EteRNA 3D interface. These are the motifs, the FMI aftermath puzzle. I think, and these are like constraints and requirements. You have your primary sequences and your secondary structure.
And yeah, I just thought I'd show you a quick video of one of the solutions that one of the beta testers of the interface created. For some reason, it's not showing up though.
What's up?
There's
like
yeah, there's supposed to be a video here.
Showing up as a picture.
Can you double click it?
Yeah, it looks like an image.
It's like an image.
Is that just a blank black square and the PS behind it? No.
I think you probably lost it.
Okay.
Translate.
Yeah, I guess I can show the video
I
later.
can try to bring it up later.
Yeah. No.
Bring the Hangouts.
Okay, so just pretend that there's a video. It was all really cool. You guys all really laughed. So. Alright, yeah.
So these are the two puzzles that we tested. The first is the catch-loop receptor, and basically, the way it works is that we like stabilize the connection, which stabilizes RNA enzymes that attack bioRNAs. And our second puzzle was the FMN afterward, which you guys all know and love. We had that lab. And basically, the FMN afterward doesn't bind FMN molecule in small concentrations. And so by stabilizing the afterward, we stabilize the binding affinity and we can make it more effective. And this is applicated in RNA therapeutics, where basically we can like stabilize connections to drugs and other small molecules.
Yeah. And so we've actually shown two of the solutions that you guys submitted last year. So this is the very starting of the puzzle on the left. So number one and number one down here. So we gave you this part, this random RNA and this random RNA. We asked you to connect the two ends, and I think you guys submitted somewhere around 50 solutions that successfully took this end and added a bunch of RNAs and molded it to the very end. So that was pretty impressive.
So these are the results for, I guess, this lab, and it's 9 player designs and 3 computer designs. And the first 4 columns are like the actual nucleotides, and you can describe the receptors. The last column is an average, and basically all your designs were stable because they were relatively under 0.5, which is like the threshold that we use in stable and unstable. But the cool thing is that player design 8 was the most stable, which basically shows that we are already getting out the computers and the bots we use, and as you know, like from EteRNA 2D, we like improve with every round of labs. We are producing outperforming computers, and the cool thing here is that with just one round, we're already better than the bots.
Yeah, so EteRNA proved that humans were better than computers in 2D RNA design. This one round of EteRNA 3D proved that you guys can do exactly the same in 3D RNA. So we're really excited about the future of 3D RNA, specifically what you guys can do to help improve 3D RNA design and help scientists understand the relationship between RNA structure and function.
Okay, so what we found is that player-generated solutions were on average more stable than our computer designs, and we hope and anticipate that with more rounds, players are going to score higher and higher than computer algorithms. And basically, further puzzles that are sensitive to actual drugs are going to be released, and one of them is theophylline, which is like an asthma drug, and in the presence of theophylline, we want to have like an RNA that's going to transmit a protein.
Yeah, so EteRNA 3D was great and all, but for those of you that played it, I'm sure you remember how annoying it was, how hard it was to use the interface. Yeah, I see some people nodding their heads. Yeah. So a major rewrite is needed. The game needs to be a lot easier to use, a lot more fun. I tried playing it, I couldn't make any solution. I'm actually incredibly impressed that you guys were able to make so many. And there's also, the experimental pipeline needs a little bit more reworking. So these 3D RNAs are a lot longer in length, more than 100 nucleotides long. so they have to be synthesized manually. I remember Joe coming in late on coming into the lab and staying late to synthesize the design as well as bugging him. And we were only able to synthesize, I think, 12 last year. So if we want to expand this, maybe more like the current cloud labs, then we'll need to rethink that experimental synthesis platform. And right now we're only using Shape to test the 3D RNAs, and Shape just tells us if each nucleotide is protected or not. And that doesn't tell us if that doesn't give us an amazing indication of the overall RNA 3D structure. So we would like to see if that can be improved later on. Yeah. So I guess this pilot project about EteRNA 3D showed that it's possible for us citizen scientists to outperform computers in 3D RNA design, but there still needs to be a lot of work that goes into it. Yeah, and that's it for our short presentation. I guess if we have the video, we can play that.
Yeah, how about I'll get it up while we
yeah, and
panel stuff.
yeah, we can have a short panel discussion and then questions as well.
Yeah. Okay. It'll take up 24 minutes. There should be sound too.
Yeah, how about I'll get it up while we
Yeah, and yeah, we can have a short panel discussion and questions.
Get to be tapped twice.
Yeah, so this is one of the solutions you guys submitted. Those white sections are just helices, and then everything else is colored based on the standard EteRNA colorings. So each of those yellow sections is actually an adenine nucleotide, and then same thing for green, red, and blue. And it first.
Great. This is also JR's solution, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's look again.
It's really
Yeah,
beautiful.
so the players just stacking these different motifs up like Lego blocks. Somehow he got the idea to turn the motif around, or to turn the RNA around at this section, so that it forms this kind of like triangle structure. For some reason the video is freezing, but I guess just pretend that the triangle is complete.
Yeah. It's really beautiful.
Up to the panel.
Microphone. You want to go first, Coach?
Sure. I mean, get the lights on.
Yeah.
Well, is this on? I don't know how to turn it on. I mean, okay, from my perspective, the 3D interface is awesome. It basically does exactly what I was doing as a grad student, adding little bits of helices and then picking some 3D shape that I thought looked good from the PDB and putting it on the end and see if it turns the right way. And there's a lot of trial and error, and it took me forever to design some of the first RNA structures that I designed. But if you have 10,000 people doing this, that could make it a lot easier and faster. So this is essentially exactly the way that we designed all the RNAs that I showed you, all the wireframe ones, were done this way. Not with a cool interface like this, but with a very cryptic, difficult to understand interface. So this, I know you guys were saying the interfacing is work, but this is actually a lot better than what I was using. So, so yeah, you have to start somewhere.
So yeah, I mean, I definitely am still, like me said, like very impressed that you guys were able to do this, because I couldn't do it either. It is very difficult to do, and I guess Cody probably spent many years of his life doing it. I think the biggest problem, and like maybe people have suggestions, we need to make it actually fun, because it was not fun. It was just very, very frustrating. And I would love to hear people's opinions of ways to make the game more fun. I think if it's going to be a game, it has to be fun.
Yeah, just to add upon what Joe said, I know we received a lot of suggestions about last year about how to improve the interface. But if you guys have any other ideas about how to make it easier to design these RNA structures, we would love to do this.
Yeah. Not discounting. Eli had lots of great suggestions, so we didn't ignore those. We have those recorded.
So before I go repeat suggestions that maybe Eli already made, could you just give us the 30-second snapshot view of some of Eli's main suggestions?
Yeah, so the ones I remember, I would have to go back and look at all of them, but I think the thing he suggested, which is really good, is we don't need to see all the atoms. We need to just have a more cartoon mode, which I totally agree. Like, they should be more like blocks, like puzzle pieces. I think that will definitely help a lot. And also, I remember we got lots of suggestions on better ways to select which motif to use. Like we tried, Vinny, can you go back to, I forgot what you guys were calling the spheroids. We initially just had a big list of all the motifs, but then we realized that's insane because there's like 400. But now we try to show you in advance like where the motifs would be end up. But I think there has to be a better way of doing it. So can you just, like this. So if you click on one, that's where the motif, the end of the motif will be. But yeah, so I remember Eli had some suggestions for that, but it's been a while.
Thank you. So a couple things. The first is an item that we've talked about previously, and I think it would benefit both the 3D and the 2D, which is a better way of dealing with a subset of the whole structure. Right now, if in 2D, if something overlaps, we have no way to sort of peel back or just look at a subset. And it seems to me that'll be, whether you think of it as a tomographic slice in 3D, or whether you just think of it as saying take a subset and you only see the first half of the puzzle, the part that's at the bottom conceptually that's overlapping in 2D, I think subsetting in some way would not be enormously difficult to program, and I think could be incredibly helpful in terms of what we start to do. Second question, when we put the content together for your session, we can see it says, what to learn from Foldit. Now, Foldit's been up for a bunch of years. It's a 3D game. So I actually didn't hear that from your presentation, so I'm going to poke you back and provoke and ask, what should we, many of us who have never played Foldit and suddenly found ourselves playing with the 3D interface, what should we learn from what they've already gone through?
Want to answer? Yeah. Oh, you want to answer? Yeah. Okay.
I actually played. What? I missed them.
Do it. Go for it. Go for it.
Yeah, let me answer.
Just go.
Okay. So I played Foldit, and one of the things that I really liked was being able to have multiple views and be able to choose the way that you do it. So I definitely agree with that. And I think that organizing the list into categories or new tags, so you your own categories, will make it easier to sort and choose from. That way, if you want something at a particular angle or shape, things like that, then you would actually be able to know what you're designing with. So think of it like, you don't just have Legos, you have an organized toolbox that you can choose from, or almost like a painting palette that you can pick whatever shape that you want. Very helpful. I found I also did not complete this challenge.
Yeah, right now the list is kind of a dump, and it's just here's everything about. I had a quick comment because I was there for the development of Foldit. It would have been better to have Adrian here, but I'm someone who I set up many of the first puzzles on Foldit, so I had a pretty good sense of what we were trying to do that interface. Protein design, the questions that arise in protein engineering are really distinct from the ones that Cody outlined in his talk today. So you can think of most protein engineering problems are trying to create fine-grained arrangement of atoms that will carry out a catalytic reaction or bind another protein. Okay, like you want to create a protein that grabs the surface of a virus, which itself is protein coded, and recognize it, and then flag it for the immune system. And so if you use Cody's analogy of that we have these, or Vinny's analogy, we have these Lego pieces. Protein engineering is typically trying to create the Lego pieces themselves, whereas the design efforts here are asking how do you take existing Lego pieces to make really beautiful and ornate structures. So the challenges of the design are really distinct. Now, if we started out on EteRNA, before it was called Evolve It, actually, because it was kind of all the 8 years ago, actually.
Yeah.
So the question actually came from the audience.
What can we learn from Foldit?
What can we learn from the experience now, several years long, of Foldit in terms of 3D?
The question was, what can we learn from Foldit in terms of the 3D interface, in terms of the changes and what players found helpful there?
And then the question is in the context of 3D EteRNA. How can we? Well, having worked on Foldit and EteRNA and now seeing Vinny create 3D EteRNA, I'm actually more excited about 3D EteRNA than I am about Foldit from a sort of user interaction perspective, in particular because it has this sort of combinatorial flavor. And what we found in EteRNA is that that actually lends itself better, I think, to reasoning and to interesting strategies and stuff like that. So that's I think reason to be excited, and it's also reason I think that many of the metaphors that we use in Foldit are not going to carry over sort of simply into EteRNA 3D, but I think that's exciting. I don't know if that's a satisfying answer or not, but I would say I think it's really exciting that there's sort of this combinatorial flavors in 3D. But that's going to be similar to EteRNA. That was one of the sort of things that made it really work as a game. Yeah.
One of the things that I really liked about Foldit was seeing how the user interface developed over time, and I think that they put a lot of effort into hearing feedback from players and implementing those changes, and making it easier and more fun to play the game, which is just extremely helpful. And one of the things that I found helpful was summarizing a huge amount of information in a small amount of space and making that accessible while still having clean space to work in. So for example, being able to right-click and have access to all of the different mutations in the wheel was just a really beautiful solution to an incredibly complex and large set of information. So just thinking about how to make complexity simple would be where I would start. And I think that's just the hurdle I did not get over in having a laundry list of motifs. So condensing that information in a way that you don't lose access to that information. I'm not saying like, oh, I want a shorter list. I still want access to the whole paint palette of colors. I just want them organized and collapsed into menus that might expand or have depth that you go into. So I would say like, don't worry about reducing complexity by losing information. Or kind of like what you were saying earlier about the benefit-based chapters of the course. I want all of the information. I just want it organized. And I think that if you just hold it for a few minutes and explore the user interface, you can kind of see how they approach that problem. I like circles, so the wheel was really good.
I think Foldit did a great job on the UI, but there's also another aspect which they did excellent on, and that was the collaboration. In Foldit, you had teams, and you worked with one another on designs. Here we get collaboration going back and forth to some extent where somebody will do a mod of a mod of a mod. But there you actually had a group of people working together on a common goal, and if that goal succeeded, they all got credit. And at one point, we'd be playing, and every 15 minutes, we'd be handing something off, like, oh, I got this benefit, let me publish this design, and then a bunch of other people would take it off and start running with it. This was like when we were getting down to the wire, that it was like 3 hours left to the finish or something. But also, you'd be playing, and you'd work for a while, and you'd publish it, and you'd come back tomorrow, and somebody else would take it, and they've gone off and done something. And we've all got great ideas, but I think when we put all our heads together, it works even better. And so the collaboration, I think, is something that definitely could come forward.
One of the things that I had trouble when I first saw this, and it looks like that I'm not sure if I missed the text box or if that was added in later, but like I had no idea coming in with, okay, so I have these buttons and I can do things, but what is the actual goal of what I'm doing? And that was something, the reason why I kind of opened it and left is because I had no idea what the point was, what the goal was, and how I'm supposed to get there. Something that I'm kind of curious about, because this was kind of thrown around at the time that this was launched, is this meant to be more directly integrated with the main EteRNA interface, or is the 2D things that we're doing more separate from the 3D?
Yeah, I guess that's a major question that the developers we haven't fully answered yet. We've discussed it briefly, but it's certainly something to think about, whether or not the 2D and 3D are going to combine later in the future, or if they're going to go on slightly separate tracks. Yeah, I don't know.
I want to see it both at the same time. Even other just having access to their own information. You see having access to the structure opens up what built very structure. All that would be I hope that we get all of the above.
Okay, I'm gonna ask a budget question. Budget question is, does EteRNA have the bandwidth to advance research in switch versus research in 3D and have them both moving ahead in a pace, or does it need to do a focus and say, we like 3D and put switches on hold for 2 years? 3D is where we're really interested, or vice versa. So, and who can answer that?
3D switches. Well, but the question's still the same. Do we have the bandwidth to do that?
All right. I think Adrian's the one who pointed this out. The reason that EteRNA succeeded out of the gate, the reason that it was pretty fun to play, even in its first incarnation, which itself took about 1.5 years of hard work, was that it built on secondary structure, prediction, and design methods that it turned out were intrinsically fun to mess around with. And those algorithms had been developed by hundreds of smart people over 3 decades. The reason that Foldit was reasonably fun to play with, although I would argue not as fun, is again that it built on about a decade of work previously on the Rosetta software. So what's happening now in terms of going to the next steps is the things that you'll see showing up first in EteRNA will be the ones that have this algorithmic and foundation already, where there's something to build on. From my point of view, and I'd be curious to hear how Cody feels about this, the switch design is both functionally super interesting, and there's an existing code base. It's just easier for us to get those puzzles set up. I think, but I agree with Cody. As he and others in the RNA nanotechnology field have shown us proofs of concept of RNA 3D structures that switch, that act like robots, that act like machines, then that's going to be the right point at which EteRNA is going to, you'll see those puzzles showing up in EteRNA. And that's not quite yet ready. I think for that reason, more so than budgetary reasons or developer cycle reasons, we're doing the focus right now on the switches and moving on still thinking about the 3D, but I don't think the 3D will take a little bit longer to deploy. That's the reason for the order.
Any more questions? Jennifer?
Oh, okay, sorry.
Oh, yeah, Mitchell.
Oh.
So it wasn't really a question, it was just I played Foldit really briefly, and I just wanted to comment on one of the things I experienced, and actually why I stopped playing Foldit was because I didn't see, at the time, I didn't see like built feedback. Like, that's the thing, like, I started playing EteRNA first, and I found out about Foldit, and I went to Foldit briefly, and I was like, I want to do labs. I want to actually have something made somewhere and actually get real data from it. And so that's actually what we go back to EteRNA and just kind of play Foldit since.
Any more questions? Thank Vineet and Neeraj on the panel. So, next up is going to be Sharif Azad and myself for quantifying EteRNA and getting the next generation of EteRNAs. Yeah, that's my space. Yeah, Sharif Azad. Hi, so I'm Pablo Cordero. This is Sharif Azad. I am EteRNA grad student. Like, I just graduated from Stanford from EteRNA, and I've been working on alpha EteRNA and various things. And Sharif is a designer extraordinaire in Genentech, and so we're going to talk to you about how to, an aspect of how to actually deliver the vision of growing the community and growing EteRNA into something that can actually address biomedical challenges. Like Adrian and Riju have been kind of posting this question over EteRNAcon. So right now on EteRNA, we have this goal where we want to actually take EteRNA to the next level, to basically shape the future of medicine. So right now, as it stands, we have this pipeline where we take your design, we test them in vitro, and then we may have we have kind of collaborations that needs to be set up, but it shouldn't be that difficult. set up collaborations with people that in the clinical domain to actually test those designs. Suppose if you have, for example, an in vitro tested switch that Roar or Sturgis or someone else actually designed to detect some microRNAs in the bloodstream and take them to the lab. To the lab shouldn't be like all that difficult. So technological and in terms of technological and collaborational, we already have like a massive rapid pipeline for in-game designs to like this in vitro setting. So we actually have, in order to have more insights and more data, we kind of already have this technology. Thanks to Will Greenwood's lab, Johan, and others. But there is also another aspect that we need to take into consideration when we want to, if we want to take EteRNA to this level. And I think the main thing is like it's a sociological problem because we actually need more brains. We kind of need to expand this community. We need more engaged players, such as yourself. So we need like a, in a sense, like not a better community, but like a bigger and more cohesive community. And so, we're kind of like Sharif and I have been trying to address this challenge with what we'll show you next. And so, right now you are part of a select, very few, this is a histogram of points points by user in EteRNA. So this actually this. Okay, so this actually cut off at 1,000. It goes up to like several tens of thousands or something. So many people don't have any points. They just arrive to the game, just maybe play a bit, and don't actually get to the real game. And so there's an exponential tail after this. Like you can see that as points get higher and higher, you actually have less people. So basically, we have on average around 16 new players per month, not counting these null users that actually don't do anything. And 5% of players have actually access to the lab, so they actually arrive to the 10,000 mark point. That's actually a significant number that I was surprised when I took a look at the database. But actually, less of those, like 0.5%, actually post something to the lab. And well, right now, I think 19 of you are and counting those that are watching us virtually, around like 19 to 30 are actually in EteRNAcon. So that's that's kind of like you're a very select few of like thousands and thousands of players, and so we want to increase this tail. We want to increase people that are engaged, doing something for EteRNA and doing something for the actual, to have this setting. So our main question then is how to increase, diversify, and activate the player community. And in a sense, when we were discussing this with Viju and with Sharif, we were kind of like taking into consideration that maybe EteRNA needs kind of like a new face, a new redesign in terms of funification, being like more fun, more addictive, more engaging to actually get the new generation of EteRNAs. So that's where Sharif came in and used his magic designer powers to actually help us out.
Yeah, it's not magic. So we started by trying to map out the current user flow, and as you can see, it's not much of a flow. And this has been raised before, of course. But I think by mapping it out, we were able to see all of the different aspects, that all of the different resources, in addition to the gameplay, that are currently available for players. And so we started to think about how can we organize this in a way that makes sense for new players and funnels them towards the labs, towards the deeper levels of the game. So we started by proposing a much more directed flow that organizes all of these resources and the gameplay into a more coherent structure. So that was our first pass at it, and then we iterated on it and elaborated it and integrated the Nova tutorial that's on the Nova Lab site. So now we have some clear levels, basically, different stages of the gameplay that we can articulate and organize these resources to. Starting with the novice level, which is the Nova Labs tutorial, that really teaches you just the game mechanics and familiarizes you with the UI. We're getting a lot of people through that channel, and we want to convert those into advanced users, basically. So our proposal basically is to introduce this three-stage gameplay, where from the novice level you're put into the apprentice level, where you have a linear set of puzzles that are increasing in complexity, that are teaching you some of the principles of the gameplay and how to create successful RNA designs. And so here you're solving a set of 30 puzzles, and we may tweak that number, but about 30 puzzles that will teach you those basic skills and some start to introduce some more advanced concepts. Then in the advanced level, we're introducing the concept where instead of going through a linear set of puzzles, you have to solve 40 puzzles in 10 in each of 4 categories. And so we brainstorm these different categories, and so there's some choice involved here, but the categories are now starting to tie it more closely to the real biomedical applications that we can see down the line. And then in the master level, which is the labs basically, you're responding to real biomedical challenges for researchers in the field. So then we took a sort of broad view of similar games that have tried to tie into a biomedical narrative, and also games and visuals that we were just inspired by, the games that have a strong narrative and a beautiful aesthetic that we can learn from. And it became clear that the best games have, as we've talked about before, clear goals, a simple UI, and a really compelling narrative. And establishing a more concrete link to biomedical science can provide all of those things for EteRNA. That's the conclusion that we came to. So the next step we took was to mock up these 3 different stages of the game. So we started to introduce this concept of not quite a player avatar, but a responsibility of the player. So at the beginning of the game, a new user would be assigned a cell, and this cell is your baby to take care of, to nurture and grow, and to become the caretaker for. And we've tied some metrics to this as well, so that you have a vitality score and an experience score that correspond to different game mechanics. And even what we'd like to do is map the organelles of the cell to different game mechanics like solvers and boosters and some of the things we've been discussing, so that at a glance you can see your performance in the game and you get a sense of the health of your cell, basically. So in the first stage of the game, the goal, as it says, is to help your cell grow and thrive. And so those linear puzzles are aimed at creating RNAs that achieve that goal.
So one thing that's actually interesting about this stage is that you don't actually know there's a community out there. This kind of you're basically shielded from that effect. You actually don't know there's like a Gordon and a Rocky hanging out in the game. It's your body. You're on your own.
So in the second stage, you start to see glimpses of the community in these other cells that are sort of obscured, but so you can see that there are other players, there's other activity going on beyond your own gameplay, but you can't quite access that yet. You're still focused on building your skills and ensuring the health of yourself. And the goal here is to defend yourself from threats, both external and internal threats. And so all of the puzzles, and these are the 4 categories that we're working with right now, each of those puzzles would correspond to a real world threat that can endanger the health of the cell. And so you have to complete 10 puzzles in each category, and these status bars along the bottom show your progress along that path. Then, once you make it into the labs in the third stage, you still have a sort of arcade-style gameplay where you can play these other categories of puzzles. But the main challenge is a challenge issued by a real medical researcher. In this case, just as an example, a cure hyperbolic cardiomyopathy, and which would be delivered as a video message from that researcher. So you're getting a real world injection into the game through a video plea from a researcher to help solve this problem. And we're looking at how to construct that video that includes the voice of both the researcher and patients. So there's a real medical imperative to solving the puzzles at this stage. And now at this stage too, you can also access the other players, the other cells, and the chat is included down here as well. But now you can start to interact more directly with the community. And our thinking too is that at this stage, the vitality, in addition to your vitality score for your own individual cell, there's a vitality score that communicates the health of the overall community. So it's starting to get to this point where players can collaborate and work together to ensure the health of the community overall.
So we actually have coded up kind of a pre-alpha demo for this. So it doesn't quite have all the like graphic elements, but you know, it has mechanics. So I'm gonna demo it for a bit. Where's my pointer? So here, when you go to the EteRNA, you actually like have the start screen, and so you know there's like actual music going around. So where am I? I can't even see. Okay. So basically, you click start, and you log in. The aspect ratio is a bit messed up. Sorry about that. So this is what's called like stage one. Here's your cell. You have your the vitality meter is kind of a. Let me see if I can get it a bit. Okay. No. Okay. Well, anyway, so here's the next puzzle that you need to complete, and then you know you click begin. Here's your cell. Here are you with your points and your level, and then you know go and just begin also. You know, so this kind of like a mock-up puzzle, and in theory, in this stage, we've actually asked players to you know propose a progression of puzzles that can help players begin you know their quest in EteRNA and to kind of get a feel like of progressively more difficult puzzles and get a feel of what the game actually is. You play. Here's you know I'm just gonna solve it. There you go. So you would kind of like go through this player progression, and then you would like you know keep solving puzzles. Then after that, you reach kind of like the end of the what the hell? So then you access stage 2, and then you can you know keep playing stuff. Let's see.
It's that easy.
It's that easy, yeah. So you know, you just like quick ranking up the points, and then you just like. So right now, you know, this hard coded is just like 5 puzzles per player, you know, so you can just keep going. So this puzzle progression in each of the categories would eventually, you know, will give you a sense of what EteRNA can offer in terms of types of puzzles. And I'll explain a bit about categories once we get to the 3rd stage, which is I think after this. Yeah, there you go. So you see I leveled up. Nice. So now you get to stage 3, and these are the communities that you know they hang around. In theory, this is a mock-up community, but you know you'll have like Roar having over here. You can see his score. You can see all these like stats and play around like and bang it against like ant or something. And so each of these categories, actually, the targeted therapy, virus dicer, RNA diagnosis, and cure are actually four things that you guys already have seen in different puzzles. So for example, in RNA diagnosis, basically solving a switch that responds to several, to an external effector, like another oligo, another a small molecule. In a virus dicer, what you would have to do is basically try to stabilize the different states of an RNA given certain limited amount of mutations. So basically kill the virus by stabilizing all of its states. And the targeted therapy, what you would do is basically kind of like a diagnostic, like RNA-DX, but then you would have to also add in a response element in which, responding to one of your, in response to one of the external effectors, like a small molecule, the RNA would actually fall into something like a hairpin ribozyme or something. And the cure here would actually is just like this classic EteRNA, puzzle, which is just have to stabilize or give a sequence that belongs to one structure. And then you would, in theory, click begin here when like a researcher is like pleading you guys to actually go and solve like real world problems. And you would have all these kinds of other things that help, like Nando was showing before, that we now have integrated into EteRNA. This Nando and Michelle and have integrated this EteRNA bot into EteRNA, and we have maybe other solvers that can help you actually tackle these challenges. So those will be included to this game as well. Okay. And so right now, as it stands, we have, thanks to Sharif and our developers, we have kind of created this concept and this art and design. We already have various assets that we can deploy into the demo, and we have a prototype working. And the players have actually been extremely helpful. Some of you guys, like Eli and Matt, have posted like the string of tutorials or string of puzzle progression that would be needed for stage 1, for example. And we also have people working on tutorials like LFP and other people who are actually deploying these tutorials and guiding the players as the stage goes by. And we also have numerous feedback from developers who play testing as well. So the issue is that this is not really ready for prime time yet. And what I would argue is that this, although we have a demo now, it would kind of require a bit more time of focused full time for someone to just really deliver into this into an actual enticing platform that will attract thousands of users. And so we're actually looking for this messiah that could be you. Unfortunately, I have to move on from Stanford, but I would gladly, kind of really want someone to carry this over and actually make it into a successful product. And if you yourself are a coder, you're passionate about EteRNA clearly because you're here. You can talk to me, and we can have you join the team of Jenny Cole, Nando, and Sharif, and others. And if you know someone who's this could be this messiah that gives EteRNA to the world of other users, then let us know. We're hoping suggestions. I think that's it. Thanks.
I love circles, and I love colors, and I love floating, and it's really beautiful what you did with the concept of having the community floating there. I have a question about whether the size of the bubbles is correlated to, for example, how many points they have, and what effect that has on the actual literal health of the community. Because what I really value about this community is that we all support and help each other, and it's actually far more comfortable place to be than, for example, I really like Foldit, and in a lot of ways it's an even more beautiful user interface. But because of the level of competitiveness there, or for example with iWire, it's just not the environment that I really enjoy. And I've heard from you users who do stick around that they really appreciate that we have such compassionate and helpful community. And so I just wonder if going in a direction where we increase a sense of competitiveness is actually what effect that has on the actual health of the community.
Yeah. So no, yeah, that's right. So the sizes of the cells that we showed, we were thinking about them being correlated with your points and everything. I think it's more like a, I don't know, like in my personal point of view, when I play a game, for example, like a massive online game like World of Warcraft or something like that, it's not like, it doesn't induce competitiveness if you see someone with like an awesome armor just walking around.
So it is a great idea of hardcore rating and 25-man raids that healed them. And I had all kinds of plugins. I had gear score. So everyone walking around, it got to a point where it was no longer even, oh, this person, I have to calculate what their points is from based on the armor they're wearing. It got to the point where you're literally reduced to a walking number. And the environment there is borderline hateful and just extremely competitive and not a supportive environment. I saw it literally break people down. And I don't think that that's a healthy environment. And I don't think that that's what our community is about. And I know that that's not the intention, but I feel like there's definitely this sense of like, well, if we increase competitiveness, that'll drive people to get points. But there's other ways to incentivize people to get points than competitiveness.
Yeah, and I don't think,
And fun-based, like funification, I think is a good way to go. Making things fun and beautiful, I think will inspire people, and that we can get engagement through inspiration and not necessarily through competition.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, and certainly the goal of this is to increase the sense of community and introduce it in a way that that doesn't distract the newer players from getting the skills needed to play in the more advanced levels. But once they do acquire those skills, it brings them into this community in a holistic way. So I think I would put the question back to the player community: what sorts of things could we visualize in a more subjective visualization that would increase that sense of community and collaboration?
So I'm going to make a suggestion from a timing perspective. We actually have a slot this afternoon where a lot of discussion, which I suspect is longer than 30 seconds or a minute here, should actually go. It ties to our session that LFP will be moderating. I'm going to suggest 3 topics for people to think about, and I'm going to suggest we actually do a chop and go to our next session, keep approximately on schedule, but to promise you all that we've got enough time in the schedule to really address this. There's an enormous number of powerful, interesting topics that I know people want to engage on this. And while we didn't necessarily all have the benefit of seeing EteRNA Cell in advance, it clearly affects our session. The topics I just want to throw out for people to think about before we come back to it this afternoon, the ones I wrote down were communication, right? So the fact is, you can think of a variety of different ways that people can communicate with others in the game. Should we have a situation where new people have no access to chat community? Should there be tiered chat, more like Foldit, versus, and also you could think about the question of how many people are we gearing up for? For those of you who were around when Team Liquid was in, and there were hundreds of people on a single chat channel, that was dysfunctional by itself. But okay, so activity 1 is communication. Activity 2 is activity. So it looks to me like EteRNA Cell thinks through things from a perspective mostly of solving puzzles, good. Getting to labs, good. But if you say, well, where's scripting, or where's a whole bunch of, think of all the activities across the ecosystem or range of EteRNA, how are we factoring those things into our future interface? So it's not simply games or labs. Maybe it's, build your own first script might be in there as well. But, okay, so communication, activity, and potentially issues of governance as well. Who's making decisions over EteRNA? And is that purely a development team at Stanford, or where's the relevant role? I'll mention this. This conference was organized really as a blend, a partnership between community at Stanford and the players. And the question is, should, as we go forward, those kind of things affect priorities and decisions? So for me, those are, I hope, relevant topics for you to think about before we come to our session. Any problem with moving to the next session, which is most wanted changes to EteRNA? I'll pass this off.
All right, real quick. This is going back to what she was saying about the competitiveness, and I completely agree with her. And I was thinking maybe the point where you had like how big the cells were, and you could hit them around with each other. Keep them the same size, you know. I know you wanted that size difference to be there, so they could make the people who are like way ahead of everybody feel better about themselves. But there's also the thing where you can do random number generators, where are RNGs, where you could just have random players every single time you refresh the page, right? And then you have like maybe a total of 15 could show up. And then just randomly, oh, hey, I got bored, just like randomly, you know? But I think that's still a fun thing to keep in there. Like, you can bounce them off of each other, but just don't have it be the point where it's like, bigger they are, the better they are, you know? Right.
Collaboration and equality.
Yeah, one of the thoughts that we had just written off that is perhaps the players that are visualized in that interface are the players that are online right now. So they might not be.
Yeah. So actually, it's kind of like it would be kind of a replacement for PMs, for example. You could just like PM people there, right? Yeah. 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 There's a whole lot of cool things that we have planned. Like, for example, if you see Broad online and we somehow script his behavior on a bot, you can just drag and drop into your puzzle, right? To apply Broad to your puzzle. So that's there's like many of these crazy ideas that we have. And again, like I think the most important thing, all these decisions about like making like how they shape the UI, it's definitely critical to have you guys have a say. But I think the best way to actually have a say is that one of you codes this up. So this is the code base is laid out already. It's just like it will take like around like 6 months or someone like full time, just like someone like Mando or J. Cole, just like go full time. It can't be them because they already have commitments. But someone just like takes this to the end, and ideally it would be a player because you guys have the most sense of what the community is. So we welcome anyone who would step up.
I have a comment about some stuff I saw. One of the things I'm worried about is it being too rigid, like having a specific that you have to follow. It's good to have a little bit of a path, because that's one of the things that I had a little bit of trouble with. Like when I started playing, when I was doing the challenge puzzles, and after I did a few of them, I realized that I could solve them pretty quick, and then a few of them got kind of boring, so I just jumped straight to the ones that gave me like 1,000 points. I just jumped straight there and I did those, and then I finished up the other ones kind of needed, just because I had to get the points to move on. But I do like the how that there is a progression, because like that's how I do the puzzles. Is I just sort by how many people have solved it and what I've solved, and I just go, and that progression is kind of like as people have solved it, the harder it gets slowly. So then I end up going back and solving the ones I couldn't solve later. So I mean, I like that part, but I just fear having too much structure or too rigid might make people kind of go, oh, I don't want to do this, but I can't jump here, so I'm just going to solve this. That's just the thing I worry about.
Pathway versus one single pathway.
Yeah, I think a flexible pathway, so that you can be like, what, I don't, because I focus a lot on dot plots and not so much on other stuff, and so having where people can be like, I want to just do bots and I don't really care about this other stuff all that much. Just give people an option, so like if they want to do what they want to do, but give them the ability to focus on what they want to focus on.
Yeah, so ideally, like for example, stage 1 and stage 2, as you know, which is a structured part, and then you have access to everything, would be, you know, ideally you can complete them with kind of like daily focused 1 hour to hour play in around like 15 days or even like a month. If that's probably too much, but like 15 days would be like a good sweet spot probably. And so again, like in order to play test this and like see if this is appealing to people, to see if they actually get all the way to stage 3, you would have to play test with a lot, you know, a big user base, and then kind of like tweak how many puzzles, because it's critical. It's critical that you get people like the experts in solving, or sort of experts in solving puzzles before they actually like, you know, have access to any other tools, even the chat or the community. I think. You know,
I don't agree at all.
Oh, really?
But actually, I don't even agree respectfully. I don't agree with the premise that this is a coding task. We're going to put a coder up. Thank you.
I don't agree that this is a coding task. It's probably because I'm a product manager in software development that we would never simply say, this is a coding task. We're building a multidisciplinary team that governs how our products and our user interfaces get developed. And we try to make sure that our user's voice is built in an appropriate way to what comes out, and that helps guide the development. And to hear you say, well, it's essentially, you know, put a developer on, and 6 months from now we're going to have something, maybe you're assuming those pieces of involving the users will happen. But it seems to me there's a bunch of decisions that you hear our community talking about here that we don't currently have a governance structure to help decide. And you can't say to a programmer, go out and start programming something if they don't know what they're programming. Even if you say you give them a flexible remit, there's still a level of governance, there's a level of structure that says this is what we're trying to achieve. And you know, it might be that the issues of flexibility, communication, cooperation, that those things really need to be pinned down, hammered out, before we say to someone, code, code, code.
Oh, sure. That's exactly why I think someone like that's a player would be, you know, the best thing that the team would want, because then someone as a player has like the actual social capital on the EteRNA community, knows about the game, knows about like the actual community to incorporate all these changes. So that's, you know, that would be like the messiah. And you know, it's not, you know, this kind of, it's not just a coder, so it's actually like a, I don't know, like a.
What you're asking is for some gives a lot of pressure to the. I think especially. I agree. It helps to actually have specifications that it was determined based on feedback from the user base before you start programming. And so I guess all he's saying is like to make sure that before, if you're saying that we have an opportunity now, yeah. I see like if there's some kind of break that's happening where you need to hire on someone else to take over the coding, that also is an opportunity to take a pause, take a breath, consult with the users that are actually like using the program, and just check like your feature list and say like, what size do we want these bubbles? What's happening here? And now is an opportunity to do that before really jumping right into coding whatever. I mean, especially this one.
Yeah.
So I am a little bit new to EteRNA. I haven't been here since you guys started and developed everything. So I kind of jumped in, you know, recently and kind of dove full into EteRNA. But what I've noticed in my limited time here is that actually the open-endedness of the platform, the way it is now, kind of people come in, they go through the tutorials, they end up in EteRNA, and then they don't know what to do. They go to chat, and they immediately talk with really, really advanced players who know everything in a game, and they get guidance from that. And so it's sort of, once you make it through the tutorial, you're dumped into the community, and you're already part of it. And I think that's really cool here. And the other thing is the open-endedness of it leads to specialization. I know people who like my research advisor, he signed up to EteRNA, he got 20,000 points, and then he spent 2 weeks doing nothing but designing XOR things. He didn't even solve any of the puzzles, not interested in it. He just wanted to do that part. And I see a lot of specialization. People in the game that just all they do is design switch puzzles. There's people in the game that all they do is solve switch puzzles. And there's people that just focus only on single state, on probing, and it's kind of cool that in the community we have a lot of specialization. And when a new player comes in and says, oh, I don't know how to solve this 3-state puzzle, someone says, oh, go talk to so-and-so, he's the pro on that, he'll tell you how to do it, or go to this tutorial that one of the users made. And so somehow or another, it's kind of complicated and maybe, could benefit from some of this organization, but sort of, I think there is a danger in making it too linear, in that just I noticed that everybody seems to find their own little part of EteRNA that they like the most, and they kind of go there. So I don't know if forcing everybody to do switches and binary and single state and all these things, it's good to encourage everybody to try every part, but I think inevitably we're all going to go find our little zone in the game. So that's just my perspective.
I just kind of going off that, I think for me personally, I think it's a little bit too unstructured how it currently is. I think the key is going to be just getting people on their feet. Because currently how it is that, so you do get just dumped into EteRNA, and you get dumped, and at least for me, and I'm sure for a lot of other people, at least that's what I've heard from others that I've talked to basically yesterday, is that you're seeing, okay, so now I'm here, what do I do, what's the point, and say I'm interested in making a bot, how the heck do I get started? So I think it's just a key of getting people on their feet, letting them understand what there is available for them to do, and just making sure, so let them do what they want, but let them know what there is and how they can do it. I think what you've kind of shown is really, really amazing, and I'm happy to see where this could go. One thing I would kind of like to just mention, Warren, I said something along those lines, is that this gives, I think, a lot of opportunity to make things, so say we have a particular issue that we've been raising since day one, this is a great opportunity to be able to do that. For example, for me, like how we currently have messages set up, instead of an inbox like folder, which is massive, would make way more sense than just a feed. Mm-hmm. So being able to take things like that, if we're going to be completely redesigning not necessarily the game interface, but the web interface and how you go about navigating between different parts of EteRNA, now is the time to do it. We really need to make sure that happens. Yeah. That it's the most efficient and it makes the most sense as possible. And that if we're going to change something, the time to do it is now. We need to make sure it happens.
So one last question, and then I have a comment.
Yeah, just another comment in similar regards is that one of the challenges, I think, of the current play is you get dumped in and then you don't know quite what to do. And one of the things that could help in that regard, and I think EteRNA is moving in that direction, is to have the modularization. In a lot of role-playing games or whatnot, you go through levels and things get progressively harder. But it's a single structure because that's the way they did it. In EteRNA, there's a lot of different directions you can go. And it would help if we could have a lot of different modules. Oh, you want to learn more about switches. Well, here's somebody who designed switch module number 1. Here's somebody who designed switch module number 2. You've got a big community of people who love to write guides, to create tutorials, to make puzzles. Give them the tools that can help them to put a module together. And then you don't have to have one person or one small team doing the development. If they've got the tools that will help them to build the modules, then it's going to work better by spreading the flow.
All right. Thanks a lot. Just one last thing before. So we, in theory, have a most requested features right now. It's almost time for lunch, so we're running a bit late on schedule. It would be terrible if people are hangry because they're hungry and we want more features. So I would suggest that we go for lunch and then come back and do the final 2 sessions. I don't know if Nando's okay with that. I'm just trying to see if he's up for that.
I'm good. Can you hear me?
So wait, I think Nando is, Nando?
Yeah, can you hear me?
We can't hear you for some reason.
Better this way?
Can you type in the chat?
Yesterday you weren't able to hear unless you had.
All right.
Yeah.
I did unmute.
Wait.
Hello? Can anybody hear me? Apparently not. Yeah. Oh. Okay, thanks, Chef. So that means Pablo had me muted or something. Sure. No problem.
Yeah, the issue is that.
Now that's interesting. On YouTube, they hear me, actually.
You speak up, Nando?
Oh, whoa. All right. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right, thanks. Okay, great. Yeah, I'm sure I'm okay with the lunch plan, and we meet a little later. No problem.
Okay, so we'll head off for lunch, reconvene here. What does the schedule say? Yeah, reconvene here like around 1. Yeah, 1. Anne's gonna watch it. Good. We can also close the door. Okay.
Well, if there's a thief, I will have him on camera. So it's okay. See you later, guys. Turning off my mic kit.
We have, there's something. Super shuttle. So it's all called super shuttle, right? Light, right? That concept doesn't exist. Super shuttle. Unless you're smart enough.
It's a series type of level. So, yeah, the player labs could sort of technically host lab. And so that would probably be a close match.
Yeah. Wow. There's a couple of like, right, sure. So one thing would be, yes. Just some of the feeds. Second thing, I don't want to be honest with
Right now,
so it's already it's like percentages somewhere in say you can supposedly say we are in a car.
Puzzle. Which don't have the mic is here. Yeah, so we do.
Or also doing a tutorial often just a puzzle.
Just a
Here's a puzzle.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me make sure. But then I think that's how is that going to switch game? Just all you have to do is I want to make sure that this level take them on. Right? Let me pass bring up Nano and I over the last couple of days.
Can you brought it up? Is that what you want? No, no. Yeah, or something. Thank you. Just so, are you? Okay.
Somebody might go say, oh, I don't know. I'll come back.
Oh, I see. Oh, during. I don't know if he's attending the town park meeting. It was kids, yeah, they may. Our feeling is that it isn't, if you hear them, they've,
Angela, you're there?
We're not here.
Can you hear me?
So we can hear you now, yeah.
All right. So yes, I'm here.
Not necessary. So, yeah, also, Janet, you want to just hand one out to everyone?
So, Janet Manson, Mason, sorry. Actually, you know, was kind enough to bring, you know, a special swag item that she's going to talk about. So, you know, you'll be able to get your swag for her.
She got a story about
There's a whole story about what you're getting.
I brought some water from a spring that's near here. It's probably about 50 miles away. It's from a place that was pushed up to the top by the tectonic plate action. And the point is, it's full of magnesium because it came from the soil came from 7 miles down. And Mg2 plus is the environment that the RNA folds in.
Yeah.
So this will get you some Mg2 plus in your system.
Awesome. So get your RNA-friendly water from the rocket that he's distributing. So for our final two sessions are going to be basically open forum. And the first session is about the most wanted changes in EteRNA, UI analysis, community, and tutorials. And so we're going to have a combined panel of Nando, who's tuning in online, J. Cole, where is J. Cole?
He has to get on a plane.
Oh, J. Cole is out for now, and Riju.
It's just going to be me sitting up there?
Yeah, so maybe. And so, well, in that case, I mean.
I have another idea. How about I'll go on the whiteboard and then.
Okay, that sounds good. Well, let me go with that.
Let's go projector on the lights. And Nando will be a disembodied voice.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, let's do it. Need to get my MG2 plus.
Nando, do you have something to lead with? Start. Otherwise, I can set the stage.
Sorry, I didn't catch you.
Do you have something that you want to present or at the beginning here?
Right this instant, not really. I think I shown yesterday a few of the things that we were working on, and that pretty much sums it up for now.
Okay, well, what I want to do is, I'm in 2 minutes, I'm going to turn it over to all of you, and I will just listen. But what I'd like you to do as you start requesting features is identify for me and the devs, what is the problem you're trying to solve? And the reason I want to frame it like this is because if you just spell out what this is, other players are going to say, oh yeah, that really bugs me too, and then here are my other features that go with it. It'll just help me structure how the structure was coming up. This is the puzzle that needs to be solved, and this is the suggested feature. Feature that solves it. That's right. Okay, good. Okay, plenty of board space.
You might not have enough.
I'm serious. I know you're serious. Fire away. I can call on people. Okay. That's Troy.
Well, this came out of our discussion today, over at lunch.
You need a microphone.
Hello? So this came out of the discussion today over lunch, so I just start things off.
Great.
Which is the observation that get satisfaction forcibly made us go to their latest version of the forums, and it's actually awesome, and we're not really taking advantage of it. And that there's all kinds of interesting things that we could be doing, like I guess using using labels. What are they called? Categories. Using categories to separate out the strategy market from feature requests and those kinds of things. And also perhaps deciding, I don't know whether there's more community support for this than for GitHub, but deciding that GetSat would be the single source of truth for a feature request.
Okay, that's 2 things.
Yeah.
So the problem there is GetSat features are underused. And just to help you understand, and then the categories is something that devs set up?
Devs would set up the category, the initial categories, and then there's a concept of champions.
There is, yes.
In GetSat. So, for example, I would be interested in possibly helping to sort out the topics between the different categories. We have like 1,500 topics, and devs can do better things than just sort them all out. So,
yeah. Are you seriously volunteering to do that?
I would be interested in doing that.
Okay. That is incredibly awesome. Thank you.
So just being able to sort it out, because currently it's a mess. It really is a mess.
You are going to be a champion before the end of the con. You think so? Great.
And that also requires a management seat, because because in order for me to be able to set categories, I believe that I need to be able to have editing on posts.
Okay. Okay. Wait. So that leads us into something interesting. Let me just finish writing this out. So I'm going to read this up. So I'm afraid there probably needs to be solved. Okay. Management seat. Could this be a good time to segue into governance?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Another thing
Let me just finish the other comment here. At the end of this, I'm going to take a picture of the board and we'll have it right here. You need a mic. What do you want to go by? I'm going to put you on the board.
What?
What do you want to go? What's your tag?
I'm following up on what Elfie was saying.
No, what's your name?
She knows.
Okay, good. There are options, right? Okay, great. Please go ahead.
Just that we originally had wanted a full issue tracker,
Yes.
and we weren't sure if the development team have the bandwidth for that. If you do have that, obviously that'd be better, and LP's also offered to port the form issues into that issue tracker.
I think the forms would work now, though. I don't think it's much of an issue.
Okay, hold on, okay.
An aspect of an issue tracker is prioritization.
Okay.
And I haven't personally looked at the new forms format enough to know if the category tags can be repurposed for prioritization. So if for some reason they can't, it might save time in the long run if you do have bandwidth for full issue tracker.
Okay, so I can clarify that. John is the person who knows that best. We run into difficulties with the current EteRNA front-end framework, the setting up a robust feature tracker. So I'm glad you brought it up. It sounds like the best thing for us to do, following on LP's suggestion, is to make that a category and one that obviously the devs are going to track. Okay, on GetStat.
Yeah.
Does that sound okay? Anyone have a counter proposal to that?
Just how do you also manage prioritization and would GitHub be mentioned?
Yeah, okay, yes, that's a possibility. We had a previous GitHub issue tracker that I don't think it was that well maintained. Let me ask one thing. In a GetStat, let me just ask, people who are familiar with the new GetStat, is there a reasonable way to track number of prioritization, like maybe just number of likes, but is there something better than that?
Do that.
Do you feel like, okay, anyone else have a counter proposal? The likes on GetStat for tracking features. A feature category tag.
Just also additional tags, priority 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you can, if it's tags and not categories, I don't know how that functions. If you can have multiple per ticket, then you can have.
So the categories will be, some of them will be feature requests.
There'll be multiple categories of categories.
There'll be multiple categories of feature requests. Is that what you're suggesting? I like that. Yeah.
I think we're talking about it.
We are, okay, good, okay. This is too many issues, okay, where to put issues? Feature category tag.
I like to use tagline, which is because you've got issues.
Okay, and so where to put issues, and this is also going to go against that. By feature request category. Maybe multiple categories. And then perhaps subcategories. Anyone have, while we're on it, anyone have quick suggestions for subcategories for feature requests?
Microphone.
It'll actually also help us structure our current discussion. Nope. Okay, as they come up, I might put them up here. Great.
This isn't, well, this is about GetStat, but it's
This is
not-
Jennifer. Yeah, okay. Good.
But it's not about a specific issue. I actually don't like GetStat because I tend, places where I live, and just my situation, I tend to have really bad internet connections. And sometimes when I can get on EteRNA, but I can't get on GetStat. It's like things won't load right, and just, it's really.
So that's a separate issue that so there's one issue with redirect, how to log into GetStat, which we are looking into now. Is that the issue where you can't log in?
No, I can log, well, sometimes I can't, and sometimes I just get like, basically an HTML page that's just like broken links and not, the pictures aren't loaded right. And
That's really surprising. So how about just next time that happens?
I can do a screenshot.
Next time it happens, post something on GetStat. No, next time that happens, you know how to email it.
I don't have, I've never emailed it. I mean, I could send somebody a message on, I think.
Okay. Has it happened to anybody else? Where they can't see pages in GetStat? Okay. That's never happened to me. Okay. So send us the link. So we know what to do. Well, that's probably a GetStat problem, where we can actually ask GetStat to do it.
I can take a screenshot too next time that happens.
That would be great. Yes. Okay.
Is it obvious to a player who comes into EteRNA where to log an issue? I think it's not. I think that's
what I was
an
going to say.
issue itself.
I was going to say, even though there's a thing like at the top that says forum or whatever, you can go to players and then forum. But the thing is, why is the forum not linked? Actually, it's not on EteRNA.com or EteRNA.cmu. Why is it on a completely different website?
Well, we probably actually did replace things with
Can you pass the mic to the machine?
So on the bottom right of the web page, underneath the chat, window, there's about 6 links, and 3 of them go to blog posts and what is it? 3 to blog posts, 3 to news posts, and then underneath that used to be 3 links to wiki posts, and now those links actually go to forums. To try to get people into forums, but I think it's correct that from the menu there's no access to the forum.
Okay, what would you suggest?
Access from the menu at somewhere in the top menu to forums, there should definitely be a link.
There is one through community right now. There is one through community.
Yeah, I thought that like one of the drop-downs.
But there's nothing that says issues or have a
So right
problem.
now, the only place for issue intake workflows in, actually.
Is what?
So I wrote the issue intake rules in the wiki, but that we were also kind of waiting like on what issue.
Well, let's agree today to try and get that. And if someone has a suggestion for how to funnel people into get that, that's better than just having a forums link.
Yeah,
I'm listening.
there was a mention that it's on a different domain. It's not
It is.
on, like, EteRNAcon.org or whatever. You
Yeah.
can change that in GetSat. So you can make it, you can add it on to your current domain. And I think that would probably be a good idea. So instead of it being getsatisfaction.com/EteRNAgame or whatever it is, you can just do EteRNAgame.org/community or whatever it's going to be.
Okay, so this can be, say again, what do you think it would be?
It would be, I'm assuming it would be the same domain as the regular one.
EteRNAgame.org, but /getsat.
Yes. Or /community to make it make more sense.
Okay, how's, just to go back, I think it was JMS question.
No, that was it.
That would be enough? Okay.
I mean, I was just thinking, because get satisfaction, people would be like, how does this have anything to do with EteRNA? Is this a different site?
I understand, that was all right, okay.
I actually thought that for a long time.
Yeah.
I was like, this is the wrong form.
Okay, so that was a problem with the original implementation of GetSat. It was just a problem with GetSat, but now it sounds like it's fixed. Yes?
Yep.
Okay, good. Well,
Aside from that, I think that GetSat also has like a little bit of JavaScript you can insert in your page and create sort of like a little floating forum input.
so have an issue, type it in here, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
It might be kind of annoying, and it might fight with the rest of the site UI, but maybe worth a try.
Okay.
But the problem remains, right, the problem is there somewhere prominent, thank you, is there somewhere prominent that a person who's new to the site and wants to make a suggestion knows where to go to so that it's captured in terms of if it's already there, that they add priority to it, or if it's a new issue that they put it in.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Like a search engine?
Right, there are multiple ways to solve it.
Okay.
A link that says suggestion or problem.
Yeah,
issue.
something. Doesn't
Where
have to
should we
be
put that? Can we put that at the bottom of the page?
Maybe.
Okay, anyone else have
That's picky.
You just don't want to go through the menu bar.
No, no, it's just forum. What is forum?
Yeah, no, don't know what
I
that
know, I
means.
agree. So we can make it issues.
It's not just that though.
It's not just that. So how about at the bottom of the page? That's a reasonable place, I think.
Yeah, the bottom of the page is fine. It's like a contact us, suggest, because what you said too is so you could email the development team. How many of us know how to do that? I bet most don't.
Like, that was just specifically for Jennifer's question.
No, I know, but the point is the same.
We actually do monitor the GetSat.
Okay.
Page.
Yeah, but if you can't get on GetSat, then.
I understand. I think that's a separate thing where we just need to work it out. Or GetSat's job is to stay up, let's stay online.
So if I can go to a new topic, I alluded to this.
All right. Next board.
It's tricky. How many books up? No.
Not enough, right?
So
we'll take a picture and
so
then
I
erase.
want to identify a cluster of problem areas. I think there's only 3 that I can think of. Probably the rest of you may think of more.
Cluster 1.
It's communication. So
That's great.
and so the first problem is the current site doesn't support in a reasonable way if there's hundreds of people on all trying to chat. And simply the chat goes by too fast. And while this hasn't happened for a while, we want to be planning for our success. Success would be hundreds or more people. We've seen that in the past on EteRNA, where we had hundreds of people And when you're trying to converse with someone and, the next time the chat shows you something and it's impossible to hold a conversation in that mode. So one has to do with quantity. The second has to do with recruitment and retention and training of new people, which is, so you got a bunch of,
Is that part of the same cluster? Same cluster, right? Good, go ahead.
Yeah, you're right. So I think what happens is a person will say, I'm trying to figure out why these things won't work in a tutorial. And meanwhile, the other folks are saying, well, we're working on FMN and the switch puzzle, and what do you think about this lab and all that? And those two conversations are relatively incompatible with each other. And the first person is looking for the most basic kind of help. And I think the issue is we need to separate voluntarily a series of communication streams where people can say, I'm looking for help with getting started or puzzle solving, as opposed to I want to talk about labs. And there's 3 or 4 ways, again, I'm not trying to specify the exact solution, but I think that's one thing that would help us bring more of the people in and advance them if they were in a chat channel or communication channel where folks who are on that channel knew that newbies were coming in looking for some advice. I'd spend some time on that every couple days helping folks. But I also, if I want to talk about the lab, I don't want to be bothered. Why doesn't this one time?
So a bit of a comment there. What do you the advanced players, think of interacting with new players? Do you like that? Do you like the idea? Or yeah,
it's all good. But not all the time. And sometimes if we want to have an advanced discussion,
there's chat room you can go to.
Yeah, there's nothing we can do. Newbies are good because you're helping norm them to the community and you give them some pointers and you're helping them advance.
And who doesn't want another player?
Yeah.
Okay. So can I make a comment then? There's just 2 things. The first one is on the website, on the top right, there's a help menu. There's not very many things in it, so maybe a link to get satisfaction could go there, because you think oh, this doesn't work anymore.
What's in help right
There's
now?
actually a pull-down menu that says help, and it doesn't have many things in it. It says getting started, code of conduct, and about. But there's no bug report or help, it doesn't work.
Yeah, it's currently, I think, the about EteRNA page. It's not a help. It isn't a help, but yeah.
And then also the other thing is that there's kind of a web identity thing. So there's EteRNA.stanford.edu.
Yeah.
For a long time I was using EteRNA.cmu.
Because it's what you find.
There's also EteRNA.org or something. I don't know. There's many different ones. And if they all just somehow, any of them, and it just directed you to EteRNA.org, that might be better, because in the chat sometimes people share links. So if I'm logged into EteRNA.stanford, and then Aglu says, hey, I got this cool puzzle, check it out, here's a link, and he posts a link to EteRNA.cmu, and I click on it, I have to log in again. And it's it feels like I'm going to a different website, but it's the same thing. And we're accessing different versions of the same thing.
I agree. That's doable.
Okay.
That's doable. Thank you. Yeah.
So I've got some really wide sense of problems that need to be solved, for which I don't have a specific feature, but maybe some thumbnail sketches. First, what motivates players? And I can think of 3 things off the top of my head. One is points, but that's only initially, and that's what the gameplay part of things initially helps out with, and where trying to sell might help. But beyond that, it's a sense of accomplishment and a sense of involvement. And I think those are 2 key things that maybe we can try to do something that helps people gain a sense of accomplishment and or a sense of involvement that will help us to retain people. In terms of accomplishment, a couple ideas that we've talked about earlier that may help in that are the idea of modularizing things, and that helps people with, the beginners, it helps them with the idea of running a module and accomplishing it. And for the more advanced ones, it doubles as a sense of involvement in that they're helping to create a module. And the second thing in that regard would be the idea of mini labs. which you and I briefly talked about, where essentially somebody can say, you know, I'm not going to propose this 400 entry lab, but here's a puzzle that I think might be worth solving, or here's a hypothesis that I have that I want to test. You know, I've got this weird idea about how to solve a bulge, you know, and I want to try different things. And if they could either create a mini lab that was for other people to run, or a mini lab for themselves to, you know, I think I've got an idea and I'd like to try these 40 sequences on solving this bulge and see what works. And then post it up in a way that at the end of the lab, there's, you know, maybe 20 or 30 of these that players have come up with over the month. And people vote on, yeah, I think that's a worthwhile mini lab to run. And so, you know, maybe if you set aside 1,000 slots for mini labs, and you're getting 40 to each lab, that's a lot of mini labs. That's 25 mini labs that you run every month.
That's great. So let's see. I'm going to go back through and write them up and just quickly comment on them from a developer's point of view, and then so that it might elicit even further collaboration. I know you have a continuing list, right?
No, that's the two big ones.
Should we start with that? Okay. So for the more involvement, I love the idea of having, well, I think we all love the idea of having player proposed projects. And what was happening is we were having player proposals, and we even had this a version of this, which is not that well highlighted, where we let players propose up to 40 sequences just for highlighting. And the issue that we ran into was that our experimental technology is not yet settled. As you heard from Will yesterday, it's just changing so fast, just getting better and faster. The lengths that we can do are, you know, there was a point where last year we had, we decided, wait, we can only do RNAs if they're all of a fixed length in the lab. We are running into issues where if we allow heterogeneous lengths, the longer ones don't get synthesized. That was a key insight that came from player analysis and discussion with devs. At that point, we realized, oh my gosh, all the backlog of products that we have so far will have to be refitted into the lengths. So the reason that we haven't yet, or haven't had, I'm just writing that down. So disallow player defined personal, or say pilot labs. My belief is that if we can get this going, a huge amount of innovation is going to happen here. I agree with you, but it's just been difficult to set up, and because our pipeline hasn't been set up.
I mean, I understand there may be pipeline constraints, and that for any particular lab period, there may be, you know, something you're testing. Maybe all the pilot labs for that period should be running FNN, or should be of a particular length, or whatever.
Yeah.
We're adaptable. We can work within constraints if we know what they are for a given time period.
Yeah.
But
the problem is,
I think it didn't seem like maybe they were getting run in the background, that nobody on the front end was really seeing it, unless maybe they were the person who ran the lab. So you're not giving the incentive to other people to see, when I propose one of these things, there's a chance it'll be run, and here's the results. So when you make the results more visible, then that incentivizes people feeling a sense of potential and involvement and accomplishment.
Yeah, okay, there's another suggestion down here, which is player created modules. And I talked a bit with Jeff about this earlier. So here's the proposal is this. We currently actually have a framework where players can define a lab project. They can have multiple puzzles inside it. They can have an overall description of what the goal of the overall project is. They can even go between different rounds. It can be updated from round to round. So the suggestion is this. What if we expand that framework to where a player can create a module? So currently we have these series of puzzles, for example, player-defined puzzles. Sometimes they're testing an idea. Like, is it harder and harder? Do puzzles get harder and harder as they include more and more symmetric elements? What if we made that those a lot of players to create modules that hold our container for multiple puzzles in the series?
Puzzles rather than labs.
Puzzles, puzzles rather than labs.
And I would suggest hooking in the tutorial maker there too, so it's not necessarily just a puzzle, but it could be a set of tutorials.
Yeah, the other thing to do here that I think would be potentially fun is to help. I think Jeff has done a really elegant job of just framing the question of what can motivate players better. We can seek to improve involvement of the creators in this case, in both of these cases. And so what if we gave the creators perhaps points, but they don't have any points, just feedback on how many players have played each of their puzzles for the last month. So
Yeah.
wouldn't that be fun? Yeah. You log in and you say, okay, over the last month, 2,500 people have tackled your Disney puzzle.
Yeah. One more thing.
So those stats we have actually. Yeah.
Can we have scalable rewards? Player puzzles? Like, some way that
all right. Okay, yes. Okay, so wait, let's talk. That's totally set. I'm gonna put that on the board here. Okay, let's fix the big issue there is
like maybe some bot could try to solve the puzzle.
Why are
they can't solve it, then I get more points.
Why are all puzzles 100
I call
points?
it weak-bot. And the idea of weak-bot is that if a bot can, with very simple rules, can solve your puzzle, right? And we just literally, we start out, the first rule is, it goes in and hits spacebar. Okay, if a bot can solve your puzzle, it's a zero-value puzzle.
Not even 1 point? Come on.
Right? It doesn't stop people from putting those in and saying, oh, I made them, and aren't they cool? But, and again, if you could Christmas tree it, and it solves, bingo, it's not worth anything.
Okay.
And so there's actually details of this proposal on the forum in terms of scaling player puzzles based on how many people solve them as well as a more advanced way to do it. But
I'm gonna ask you to do one thing. So Alvarez, we're not professional project managers like you are. We need to figure out a way to bring that in. So, and one way to fix the puzzle, the point system. There's two things. I love Cody's idea. Let the admin of new puzzles decide the puzzle maker. What do they call it? Sorry, puzzle maker. Okay, so there's two solutions here that are coming from these two concepts. One is puzzle maker decides.
0 to 1,000.
0 to 1,000. I love it. Okay, 1,000 points.
Hate that. That'll be bad.
You hate it? You don't want the puzzle maker to decide?
So I'm a newbie. I make I do 3 puzzles a day of really interesting spacebar puzzles. They're all worth 1,000 points. You hate that.
Wait. No. Okay, so there's just a slight technical problem. If I create a puzzle, I have to wait for an automated system to go and solve it. We can do that. It requires a lot of extra, not a lot, but a certain amount of infrastructure. There's a different way.
Wait. That's okay.
Okay, so look, yeah, we have a way. We have bots that we can run. We have scripts that we can run, right?
I mean, if a script can't solve it in 20 seconds, it's hard. But yeah, we don't need to know if it's impossible, like one of Wayland's puzzles.
Okay.
We just need to know, is it like one nucleotide puzzle, or is it trivial, or
Okay, so what do we need?
A lot of the easy puzzles, a script can solve it in like less than 2 seconds.
I think that
I know, let me just give you a mic. Okay, someone pass a mic to a dev.
Can I go back to communication first of all? We talked about these at lunch.
Okay. Wait, can we tell us that we're almost there? We're almost there. I'll expose that issue again. Here. We won't forget. We're gonna come back here. I promise. Here, I'll draw an arrow.
I was just talking about the puzzle and the points. I think that
yes.
That there should not be a 0 point thing. Maybe for like one nucleotide puzzles, maybe. But sometimes I like those because it's like I get 3 points. I like free stuff every now and then. But everything has, nothing. So I believe that everything has something to it. You can learn from everything. It doesn't matter how trivial it is. You can always learn. And so there should be points at least per puzzle.
Okay, 0, so unfortunately 0 is not an option. One.
It starts with 1 point.
1 point.
It's this is really a governance issue because players may disagree.
I agree.
I think speaking for Lee
I agree.
and for me, what we feel like is we're very competitive, and if someone puts a puzzle out there, we want the points. And so we spend a lot of time doing trivial puzzles. And I'd like to see those screened away. And I'd like to give people a chance to make them to their heart's content. But I don't really want to spend time solving them. I don't learn anything by opening it up and hitting space bar.
I have a suggestion maybe, which is that El Rafi has a post set up that I'll read to the an idea. I have a post. The reason that it has been implemented is because of technical. It will take time to put together. I wonder if there's a fast way to make this happen. Just something that's near instant. So one thing is if we could have some players one thing is that we need to revise the points of all the puzzles. That in itself is a big task. Is that a task that some people here would be interested in doing? Well, all we need is a puzzle ID and proposed point, set of points. We can also do through scripts, but could a player set up the EteRNA scripts and just give us that Excel sheet?
You want to re-rank puzzles that have already been played?
No, we want to
rank just new ones.
So, no, with the existing puzzle, we need a point system. We need to revise them like this. It's a big task, right? Someone has to think about it.
I think you're introducing a level of complexity we shouldn't go to, which is re-ranking older puzzles.
Do we get rid of the old puzzles?
Or could we just like base the ranking system off of old puzzles, and so the point value of the old puzzles doesn't change, but the difficulty off of the old puzzles now determines the point value of new puzzles
going forward.
Yeah, I think any change should be a prospective change. It gets really complicated. You start saying it's like deflating or inflating money in people's pockets already. It's bad.
So I can't got 100 for solving that, and he gets 1,000.
Yeah, you don't want that.
Right. Okay, so we're going to have a really large existing mass of puzzles that will all be at 100.
Right. It's okay.
Right. Everyone's okay with that?
Really? Yeah.
Okay, that's good. I did not know. Okay, so do not go back. All hundreds stay as hundreds.
You almost need a small working group to deal with this issue of puzzle scoring, it sounds like to me.
That's what I was going to propose.
There's a bunch of issues floating around where it said, well, maybe not. And that's the point. We don't really have a governance structure per se, and it sounds like this is one of the first things is a proposal from a small team of people who have talked about it, and that's going to come back to communication, by the way.
Oh, that's not a separate cluster?
That's fine. But what I'm suggesting is a small working group of players plus dev meet, come up with a proposal, give it a couple weeks for people to see it on the forum, and then part of the second thing we need to do is to have a structure of what constitutes the community saying we voted, and by 90% to 10, this is what we'd like to see.
Okay.
That's my suggestion.
That's partly the rule that the public don't check.
But I agree that this is a very good time to set up a more formal mechanism. Should we go there now?
There's a comment on the chat saying, question for the panel from WH Bob.
Yeah.
What challenge puzzles have points based on difficulty? Why can't player puzzles be valued the same way?
That's what we're proposing.
Using the same algorithm for deciding points.
Yeah, so I think that there are two really, that's what I think Cody proposed. Sounds like there's a lot of enthusiasm for that, yes. And I was freaked out because of the task of trying to go back and re-rank puzzles. I'm pleasantly surprised here that the community would probably be okay with just a perspective solution.
All right, really quick, how hard would it be, and I know there's badges for millionaires, but forget that for right now. Is there a way to, if you do rescore how much you can get for each puzzle, you can rescore everybody's scores based on those puzzles? Yeah, so if
No,
now.
I don't want my score to go down when I lock it next time.
But that's the thing, we'll all be ranked the same. We'll all be ranked, like, if one person is one coin behind someone. Yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
No, that's true.
Yeah. Is JMAC is suddenly going to become the top ranked player? Is it also possible?
This is the reason I'm proposing.
I think. I
This is exactly why it needs to go into governance. Because there's some folks who are gonna think that's patently unfair.
No.
And some folks who think it's okay. And it needs to go into some type of government. I mean, it may be a good proposal, but.
So, right, good. So let's now talk about the governance. Could be. Do you have like XF post or something describing proposing a model for governance?
I do not, but I was hoping to get, it seems to me that we have all the pieces of it. One thing ties back to communication, which is if you're really looking to communicate with the entire community, there's not a good way to do it. And you said, first of all, let's assume magically we all had a proposal. It had to do with scoring of player puzzles, scoring of future player puzzles, scoring of current and future, doesn't matter, right? How would you learn about it? You're not in this room right now, right? How would that committee, that working group, get the information out to a community of EteRNA? And assume it wasn't 300 people, assume it was 25,000 people. Would it be a news item? If it's a news item, do players have the ability to post news items or not? And so on. And, you know, it's, oh, well, you have to notify someone on the dev team. That even just have a procedure of how you get a message to all the people in EteRNA is part one. And then it seems to me part two is are all votes equal? My gut reaction is yes, but you could also say, well, you know, if you're higher level, you get more power in the voting or not. And then a third way is to say, we've got a voting mechanism we currently use in labs. It wouldn't be that hard to adapt that or build a new one to do voting on the issue and then have a time frame when it closes and then decide we rule, you know, like any good democracy, we rule by simple majority or whatever.
Can I, so we can't set up a government now. Can we set up an interim government?
Yeah.
For 3 weeks to a month?
Can we call it a provisional authority?
Provisional. No, we can't call it that. No, how about a different one, which is, what's it? A constitutional assembly. Let's be a quick one. Yeah, and those are people who are not going to necessarily move forward into the actual government. I can imagine something where there would be, let's say, monthly, or maybe every 2 weeks, some kind of a player government with developer chat. So that's an enforced, timed mechanism. And the agenda for that discussion, at least some of it can be posted ahead of time and optimized through GetSat threads. And that will be advertised as a news item, so people will know that on July 30th, there's going to be a discussion. Here are the items. If you're not in the governing body, you can start making suggestions here, and then the governing body will collate those and bring them to the.
Does anyone care about actually having a republic or a democracy?
No. That's right.
Yeah, I got a couple things kind of going along with this, but my comment was a little bit earlier before you guys moved to this part. But kind of going along with the governance and all stuff is having, I think it would be good to have like a page where, or something where the devs are like, hey, these are the things that we want to tackle, which this has been brought up a lot, and you know, that you guys keep saying that you want players to do stuff, but you know, how do you know what needs to be done? You know, some people just want to need to be like given a task and they'll just go and go and go and go. So if you guys could like have like a thing where this is what we want, let's form groups, and then people form groups, and then those are kind of like a little bit of governance for that whole thing.
Well, I can say that the thing that would help the devs the most, it would be so wonderful to have a every 2 week or every 4 week planned discussion with a group of, let's say, 4 to 10-ish elected players, who could then help if there are these initiatives that need to be carried out by players, that they could help distribute those tasks. It would help us tremendously.
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
We need a cadence of, in effect, of meetings.
Yeah.
One being like a data analysis. We talked about that with like with WARs.
Can you get back to the machine?
She's got.
Are you talking?
Talk.
I'm not gonna interrupt any people.
Okay, I didn't realize you had it on my, okay.
So I believe in democracy, and I don't know what I think about a republic actually. And as someone who could easily step in and be part of that, I don't know that that's the right thing to do, because who's to say that I know it's right? And I come from a very corporate environment where it's a very hierarchical situation, and you do need to have hierarchy to get decisions made, otherwise it's total chaos. So I understand both sides of the problem. But one of the greatest lessons that I learned joining this community is that I don't have all of the answers, I don't have all of the solutions. And by having a diversity of opinions, we're actually stronger for it. And so I'm not sure that I do it. I agree that we need more structure. I don't know that I agree that we should have a quote-unquote governance committee, only because who's going to be on it? How do we vet that? How do we determine it? Does it get locked in? Does that create a sense of competitiveness? Do people feel excluded? And do we lose something in not being open to hearing feedback from people that you might think, oh, you're not part of this core community? That could make them feel excluded. That could cause us to miss out on some solutions we wouldn't have thought of. Jessica wants to say.
To go along with that, what if instead of like a governance body, it's a guiding body? This starts guiding people, but not putting in any like real locked in stuff. But it's like, this is what we want to do. We encouraging people to do this, and you might have a little bit of pain if you don't do this, but it's not going to be bad pain. There's going to be just a little bit.
I think that we have
Steering committee?
had the chat since unfortunately I haven't had time to participate in helping with that. And I think if someone wanted to volunteer and facilitate those conversations, that I like the way that we were doing it, where we would have developers show up for an hour and anyone who wanted to log on could contribute to the conversation. So then ultimately, if there's any power to be held, it is held on the development side, because you guys are the ones responsible for managing the time. You're the ones responsible for managing bandwidth that you have to actually execute on the requests that we make. And we're not in a position, like, we're going to ask you for the heaven and earth and the moon, and it's not really up to us to determine whether you have bandwidth.
I know, so maybe we don't have to displace the dev chat. Maybe we can have a dev chat, but have this separate conversation that happens monthly.
I want, but I guess I'm asking,
Because otherwise
can
the dev
you
chat.
assure me that people aren't going to feel excluded from that?
Yeah.
I think you can have a blended system that has folks who are interested in a steering committee working with Deb to put together proposals. But then proposals, I believe, should go to the entire community for a vote. I see, to me, the involvement seems to me to be at the proposal level, that a small group of folks would get proposals together, but that the whole community would vote on it, and that we establish the things that are voted on by the whole community, and you've already had your chance to look them over as part of the proposal development, right? We're not talking about initiatives from California, but rather you had your chance early on, and then it's the whole community then saying, yes, this makes sense, or if the community says no, then maybe that's a proposal that needs to be reworked.
I think that we have an ipso facto, governance committee already, insofar as whoever steps up and does the work are the people guiding this community. And so I feel like if you want to take that kind of responsibility, then you should do it. And I feel like if we create a specific group of people that's going to isolate, that's going to cause, it's inherently divisive.
Okay, well,
Still a switch.
so this has been really valuable discussion. And so let me tell you what. Let's put it to the meeting. Actually, let's do that. Okay, let me make a proposal and then we will put it to the meeting. I'm going to suggest that we set a date, August, first week of August, where, as Machine said, a working group of volunteers, not people elected, not necessarily people in this room or who are tuning in. And everyone will have a chance to contribute. Perhaps under the leadership of at least one person who's just helping with the organization, that group make a get set post, but make a presentation, like a half an hour to 1 hour presentation of a proposal to the devs for what to happen. I can tell you that if it's of the solutions that have been described, it'd be so great to be able for the devs to be able to talk to a small group of people who have collated the opinions and have them voted on and say, this is a 90% popular. That is a republic. I know it's a republic. So what we have now is a kind of is a more of a democracy. So I'm just okay. Sorry. We're going off topic. This is my fault. I should have said that. Okay. It could be that the proposal is the whole working group decided that the republic is the worst idea in the world for a community like EteRNA. Okay. Well, but I just want to know the answer. We just want to know the answer.
You're not actually asking.
We want to know the answer to the question of what, if any, additional structure should there be in the community?
I think that we should put our resources into I'm not clear on what solution or what problem we're solving with this solution. We have a problem that needs to be solved in feature that solves it, and I'm hearing feature being described and not
Okay, I can tell you that the dev team who are investing our time in trying to fix up the front end and back end, we don't have a solution for this issue. Okay.
The issue of governance.
No, for this issue. This simple issue. What's point assignment for puzzles?
Yes.
Should they be changed retrospectively or not? We don't have the answer to that.
No, but the way that we used to handle answering those feature questions and fleshing them out was to have a dev chat where everyone contributed their opinion.
Okay, so maybe that's the best way forward. We want if we want proposals to be made for other ways to make this happen.
Put it up as a dev chat issue, I think is what she's proposing.
Putting what up as a dev chat issue?
The idea of how do we deal with 100-point puzzles or not puzzle points. Make that a dev chat discussion.
The structure of dev chat.
It could be the structure.
A list of features that were highest priority, we go through them, we link to the feature requests in the forums, and we have a group discussion, and then the developer leading the chat, which is.
Okay, well, that might work.
I mean, forums give us a lot of ability for everyone to contribute on a fairly equal basis to any topic of discussion.
Okay, so Rafi, what do you think? What do you think? You're the one who's proposed this interesting idea.
I think that is a friendly amendment. The concept of a forum is open to everyone, and it helps. And if you then say, so the process is identify an issue on forum. From forum, it goes to small working group, which could be dev chats or more. And then it comes back to the whole community for a vote. I think is that what people are saying?
Okay, then there's no one elected on the longer term.
No election.
That was not your suggestion, but that's not a suggestion that you. Okay, no, okay. Okay. So there isn't this. There's the working groups are self-selected via GetSet.
Right.
Sound good, everybody? And they register those working groups will show up on DevChat and convey to devs. Okay.
Yeah, if you want something brought up to the devs, you show up on a dev chat and you point at the working group paper that discussed it.
Yeah, or if it's something that hasn't shown up yet, I'll make a GetSet post asking. And the people who care about the topic will show up and I'll say, this is going to be discussed in 3 weeks.
Let's not miss the final step, which is, so a small group says we really like X, dev says that's kind of interesting, we can do it. It gets posted to the community, and the community votes yay or nay still. Because we just in case it's one.
But there's likes on GetSet, so you just.
But if I'm not trolling GetSet that day, I'm saying it has to be more formal when we're considering actually taking the action to have folks. many of us don't see GetSat except occasionally. So I want some greater way of having awareness of people who weren't voluntarily involved or activated to know there's a proposal coming and to say, yeah, that makes good sense, or no, it doesn't.
So as well as a news feed and a blog feed, a proposal feed.
Okay, is there anyone who's online? So is there a way to vote on GetSat between two choices?
No, I don't think.
You'd have to make two different posts, probably.
Unless there's like a poll feature, but I don't know if that's there or not.
Wasn't there a
You don't have to solve the details. Do you like the concept? The detail can be worked out.
Well, I like the concept. I think the additional extra thing is like the devs in broadcasting. There's going to be a dev chat. We can include, say, well, in 2 weeks we're going to discuss how we might revise puzzle points, and here's a link to where the GetSat where it's happening, and the vote will be discussed then if it's a vote.
You sound like you keep changing this a little bit on me, and I'm not sure I understand. Let's assume I never attend dev chats because they happen to hit at a time when I can't because of my work or because of my time zone or whatever. I'm saying, as a player, I need to have a place where I can go to, see the proposal, and vote yes or no. And I don't want it to just be, oh, show up at this dev chat and that's your recourse.
No. I say we can preview.
Sure.
I'm ready for sure.
Go ahead.
Sure, thanks. So I was thinking that could do kind of with how, like, the places that I've worked is if there's something that's important that needs to be conveyed to everybody, there's a email all. Everybody gets that email. And so it has to be, everybody gets that instant message. So everybody, when they log on, they'll see there's a message. Oh, cool, let me check that. Okay, there's something that's going on. All right, and then you'll have basically your post right there with a link to wherever it is.
Yeah.
And everybody gets that. And like one of the things I wanted to say that was, there's a lot of good ideas, but reinventing the wheel can be more trouble. So it's like leveraging what we already have. And that will increase the rollout times, and I'll just leveraging what we already have in place. I think will make a more effective use of our time and resources.
I would agree with that. And I was quickly going to say a solution to what Rocky suggested, which is we could have a forum post where the like function is specifically used to vote on whether or not that was a high priority issue.
Is there a no like though for a no vote?
That doesn't work. And that has to do with another issue, which is the phantom bots counted in EteRNA players. So we need to have like, not like, or like.
Or you could post a comment to that thread that says, yes, I confirm my vote.
The polls. So there's actually, the new Get Inspector has a way to embed SurveyMonkey on their site. So you can actually do SurveyMonkey kind of polls on GetSat.
What is the poll?
How does it work, the polling? So has anyone used SurveyMonkey here?
Yes.
Yes, yeah, okay, do SurveyMonkey.
Yes, no can be enabled, done.
Yeah.
Cool.
So we do have a way to vote.
Yeah, there is a way to vote, definitely.
Okay. So you don't need anything else from the devs then. All you need is for us to continue having dev chats and to tell people when they happen and for the GetSat to start working.
And activate the SurveyMonkey on this.
It has to be activated?
It has to be activated, yeah.
Oh yeah, the all kind of function.
We really want, so is it, I want to clarify that, is it proposal to have any player allowed to email all in EteRNA?
Oh, so like when the
just checking.
So like when the devs have something, then you guys would post it. Instead of just posting it on EteRNA, instead of just posting it on GetSat, you would also do a IM to everybody.
We can do that. Well, that's what a news is.
You can also have a separate PMO. Right?
But the news is a separate thing. It's like, I'll go a long time without looking at the news, because it's a separate thing. But people
What
go a long time without looking at their messages.
You guys understand this and I don't. What would go into a PMO and not a news?
So partially it depends on what the preferences are. This goes back to communication, sorry. When you sign in, the communication says, do you want to be notified for these? Do you want to be notified for these different events or not? So the question, some of the things on EteRNA right now, and if I played with my settings, maybe I could do this better, filter through to my real email, and 24 hours later, basically, and some of them never do, right? So like, and it could be that that currently has to do with how I'm personally configured, but I think what we're talking is, I think Jennifer's idea is, that there's something that goes out that is not dependent on whether or not the person's configuration said, you know, tell me or don't tell me. It's like everyone gets notified, this is something big, pay attention, vote. And then if the deadline passes, okay, you had your chance.
Yeah.
That's all. I don't think it's a...
Yeah, and it's in their instant message, it's in their messages, because like, that's something that people aren't going to go a week without looking at. If they're logged on, they see a message, I think most people would be like, oh, I'm going to check that. But like, I hardly ever look at the news, which is why I found out about this EteRNAcon way late.
Okay, got it. That makes sense. Thank you. Yeah.
Well, like the main difference I see between like doing a message to everyone versus the news is that when I get a message, off the top of the screen it says you messaged. With news, you don't get that. Yeah. And I think maybe
that's
for all news, it might be helpful to just have that and say you messaged so that you don't miss news items.
Okay, so you don't have a problem with that. News becoming a unread message. That's okay?
Oh, it's not.
I think that also, this is getting a little bit off track, but I think this would dramatically kind of help fix the problem. Currently, how all messages and news and whatnot is set up is all feeds, but that's very hard to deal with. It would make much more sense if you had an inbox. So that way, and this is how EteRNA does it. It's only for PMs. There isn't such a thing for news. But basically, you can go in and just you have a list of topics instead of having to scroll back 3,000 pages. It's just you can, if you want it, you can delete it, and you can only have what you want. You can search in it, and it's a much better interface. In that way, you can filter if you want. But that way, everything almost kind of looks the same. So when I see a news item, it could still be a message in my inbox, as opposed to this other thing halfway down the page.
Okay, let's see. Can I make a suggestion? This is going to be difficult for us to code up a mail applet, I think. But one thing we could do is, currently, a lot of the news and PMs, they get cut off. They can get them sent to your mail, which will organize it for you. But they're cut off, right? Some of the messages, so you can't really properly search. Yeah.
Another issue is that there's different HTML tags in there.
Excuse me? Say again?
That HTML tags could be stripped out or rendered in the email. That would be really helpful.
But they're not showing up right now in the emails. Okay, let me write that down.
The HTML.
Would that help? That would be a reasonably fast fix. Okay, so let me write that down.
Communication cluster.
Thank you.
While we're talking about
Getting messages and organizing.
So just a quick interruption. Do you guys want to keep on churning this and, for a few minutes and then head up to raw feeds and feeds and thermals and machine else?
We're merging it.
So do you want to keep going?
We're yielding our time because we're covering the same topics. I think
Okay.
that's what we were saying.
Can you guys get up here then instead of me?
I do.
Is that fair?
Give the man a break.
Yeah. No, then I can heckle.
I do have something to say about community apart from this discussion. So at the end, I'm happy to go afterwards. I do actually want to also just say that I felt like when we had regular dev chat that was a really healthy way to make a connection between, kind of bridge the gap between the player community and the development and scientist community. Yes. Because we all kind of specialize in our own areas of what we're working on, and I feel like more communication would be beneficial. And while we're all extremely busy, even if it were or just a bi-weekly or weekly. I think weekly would be ideal because there'd be a sense of regularity. When we had bi-weekly, people often got confused about when the meeting was. So if it was consistently the same time of day, once a week, and maybe every other week it would be a dev chat, and then filling in the gaps on the off weeks could be a scientist from the lab might come and talk about the research, or somebody, I don't know, to just have more engagement. Then you guys would have a better idea and a pulse on what matters to the community in the first place and what our priorities are. I think it also would just, you talk a lot about like what can we do to make new players excited. I think every single time we see your names in chat, like everyone's like, yay, you guys are here, we're so happy. And so if you like want to increase enthusiasm, that would be a really easy way to do it, which is to just participate. And then you could distribute that burden across. Not have to have one person doing all the meetings at the Stanford level.
Well, I have a simple idea, actually. So I think a lot of new players in the game, they don't even know who the developers are, or if there are any in the chat. And if maybe, I don't know what's going on with this, but I'll just shout.
It's a battery.
So maybe if somehow developers had some kind of star or something on their gold star by their name, I don't know. Some kind of way so that there's like, hey, this person's a dev, and it's not just a regular player.
Or a scientist.
Or, well, I mean, this is someone that actually knows how EteRNA is working, and if you get stuck or something, that's like a person that asks. So,
Star, really?
Yeah, I don't know, because there are certain developers who that's the person who would talk to if there's something wrong. Okay, and they're often in chat. But new players don't know that, you know, these people have anything done. I mean, they just, maybe they're a week-old player, or if you're just there, so you don't know that one person versus another person is senior. And so I think this, at least the devs anyways, maybe have some sort of asterisk or something on their name.
Okay. Does anyone have an issue with devs getting highlighted?
So I actually think it comes back to, I think we almost need an about screen about how things work in EteRNA. We're a complex ecosystem, and you can't really rely, I like Cody's idea, but you can't rely on people being in chat with you, that, you know, you're going to happen to see Jay Nickel or Nando or something like that. If someone is coming in new, should be able to go to a screen. We should be able to say to them, go to the screen about, and it tells you how it's organized, and if there's governance, and it tells you about, and I'd like to see a cadence of calls, some of which were on dev chat kind of guidelines, some of which would be more analysis of lab results. We talked about that with Lars, about the idea of every couple of weeks getting together and analyze lab results. And maybe there just needs to be a whole cadence of community meetings that are much more a chance for people to plug in a regular way. Can I come back to if we beat this to death, or go ahead?
So that's a comment that I heard about. Sorry, step back a second. Like ever since I started playing, I've never been like known who to really talk to. So like I always ask you like that's the person who every time I have a question about like trying to figure out who do I go to for this, what do I do for this? Because Eli was number one when I first started playing, and I'm like, okay, I'm sure the number one person will know, and so that's just my go-to person now. It's like I really don't know who else to talk to, but now that I've met some you devs, I kind of know now a little bit. But yeah, just want to comment on that.
That's good. So we need to just, there is an about page for EteRNA, which hasn't changed in the history of the game, but needs to. And we've been waiting until we've finalized on some kind of a narrative. Like what you heard about from EteRNA Cell, what you heard about from Johannes. Oh, sorry. Oh, okay. we've been trying to figure out what to do with when to put together the about page. I think we have like 4 drafts over the last few years. We're like, let's make a new about page, and someone puts it together, and then we're like, we just updated our experimental platform, and we're actually going to do something bigger. One thing here's one possibility. What if there's a working group that says here's what needs to go on the freaking about page? What if players actually tell us here's the really key information that's doing this? Yeah, good. Yeah, because you can see the current about page is just, well, it is what it is. And but it's not satisfying the needs of the needs you just pointed out. Okay, good.
Then I switch back into communication and may segue into some of what else is interested in talking about community as well. So one is a very technical but detailed important fix, which is the chat. We talked about this on our lunch yesterday. The chat is worse than primitive. It's literally non-functional. Many times I go to EteRNA and the chat just stops. Or I'll go to a puzzle page and the chat will never connect at all.
Yeah, I'm having that problem too.
So what we talked about at our lunch was having a persistent frame that was the area for chat channels, where, and if you're switching puzzles, that frame persists, or the widget in that frame persists, so that you're not constantly forcing the software to connect and reconnect, and so that it really responds well. I would also suggest, we talked a little bit over the years of whether or not players could be moderators of chat channels. Most of us didn't want that direct responsibility or didn't have the time to do it. However, I would like to suggest there be something in a chat channel where you can, in effect, ring for a moderator or tag, say, the last 5 minutes have made me unhappy with what people are saying in chat or doing, or, Hoglu isn't online to quiet a troll who is just sitting there spamming the chat. Can I just tag the fact that something's going on in chat channel 2, and it's at this time, and that someone would take action or evaluate if someone is violating community standards or trolling or things like that, so that there's some recourse for folks when people are way out of line.
So, I have a comment on that from a little bit of experience with that kind of thing, just tertiary experience. When I was part of a disaster relief group, and we had a committee that was, I don't know how many people was on it, I don't know how many people were on it, but those people would meet once a week and have a little thing like, who's acting up, who's causing trouble, and basically it was kind of like going off the island. It was kind of like going people off the island, but I saw some people kind of using it, so that's something that I got to be careful about. But that, just with that organization, like I think that would be like an option is having like a working group. You're like, okay, we are the people who decide if somebody's crossed the line. It has to be a vote. It's not just one person. I think if one person has too much power, it can get corrupted, and I just worry about that.
Okay.
For the chat, I just wonder how many of you actually use the chats like embedded, and how many of you actually use the chat like in like a full screen mode, and how many actually connect through it via other services?
That's one at a time.
Okay, so how many of you here use the chat as is, like in that small frame in the website? Oh well, really. How many of you actually like kind of like blow it out into like a full screen web? Interesting. Okay. And
I have it now because there's a million comments.
does someone actually connect to it via other services?
Hoglu would does too.
Yeah.
I would, but
currently you have to paste a bunch of junk in front of your username in order for it to display right, and that's the only reason why I don't do that. So it's because of that, and I don't want to have to deal with that if I can't automatically script it to happen, which I don't have a client that can do that. One thing I would like to bring up about, like, just we're kind of getting on the topic of moderation here. And we have a current small team. That's something, that still needs to be in place, and we need to just make sure that that's a good, strong way to do it, that we still make sure we have a good coverage of moderation, good people who are doing it, and that stuff like that can be taken care of. Something else is on the forums. Our chat mods should also have the management seat on forums, because it makes sense if they're moderating the chat, why aren't they moderating the forums as well? It just makes sense. Personally.
A suggestion that I've heard a few times that I really like is the idea of recruiting moderators from teachers, since definitely we have lots of entire classrooms that come in, and that's some of the burden that we have in managing chat overflow. I feel like that they have a duty to manage their own classroom, and that a way they could give back to our community and having their kids come here would be to also maybe volunteer at least for the time that their kids are present moderating in general. But apart from teachers, I personally feel like moderation is not a responsibility that the players should have. I frequently hear from players, I'm here to play a game, not here to moderate chat. And I agree with Jennifer Pearl that I don't think that, I think power gets corrupted very easily. And I would have a huge amount of concern, even within a group that was carefully selected. It's still such an arbitrary decision to make. I feel like whoever has that responsibility should be professionally engaged with the team and not someone. For example, I could easily volunteer for it, and I don't think that I should be given that responsibility either. I don't think any of us should be in that position. I feel very strongly that it requires professional standards of judgment and not something that should be put on players' plates, especially when they're already doing a lot of synthesizing, doing lots of other projects. That's what I think.
Yeah, I saw it. Comment.
Just a comment on Elle's comment about that community, the group for modern. When I said that, I saw it get corrected. It became a popularity contest, and it turned into that, and it was this was a very bad thing. So I just wanted to put that there.
Okay, so I want to drive towards one of the topics that LFP. Well, this relates to the chat.
Oh, no.
Tell you what. Okay, good. Please announce it. Thanks. Sorry.
Ahavlahu suggests that perhaps there could be a report button or a flag button, so that if users see a troll or somebody acting inappropriately on the chat, it would then PM the mods or the devs, so that somebody who's been given the authority can then do something about it.
All right. Can I make a suggestion? Let's take a 5-minute break. So we'll take, during that time, we'll take pictures of this, erase it, and then probably turn over moderation to the next panel. Yeah? We're full, the boards are full. Take 5 minutes. I can also check on a few of these things.
Let's gather for a minute.
I was trying to show away, because you know, how would it be to have a chat on each other? They don't have to. We have time.
Oh, you guys. No. This one during the first one.
Screenshot.
He didn't mention that. Once he got reported. I think what we have to do is somehow on the I can do a chat.
Okay.
But one is a chat. But that's not that was on the insurance. We like no problem. So, for the reimbursement, I have the gas. So how do I do this?
The one issue is that picture about us just looks like
yeah.
So this one is an issue where
No, I mean.
the problem is the player.
You can get the reimbursements. If you can get like the receipts
No. Yeah, I do have. Yeah. We'll talk about current receipts for that.
Okay.
Don't have any receipts for gas.
You have to put it on. That's what I was asking.
Well, I've been. I
made it really does come down to fixing it.
Right, and to be fair, I mean, we had.
What are your main?
Yeah,
Oh, you want to be king? Okay, how we turn it on? In the next round, let's.
The turn it on.
My last reading.
See how
Sure. How about, well, I want you to be.
I'm just like, my card.
The second one
No.
No, está bien, no hay mucho que
Good job.
Yeah.
I think we should go to the panel. You're not the person. You're not the person. Have like, this is like the user setup. It's like they'll just section where like we want to talk about this, and they'll just be
Yeah.
Yes, but not everyone's either. So there'll be like 2 or 3 breakout sessions. I mean, this is fine.
I need /retirement.
You really have 2 microphones, you have 2 of them.
I can use it, man.
No.
I'm not really sure.
For the gas.
I really like the idea we can all.
Oh.
I don't think
only the ones that are.
Yeah. I don't think. Let's not do that. I'm like, everybody to be here.
Cheers. Well, then you just go ahead and select the fastest fit with these
Actually, I thought they were like.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't. They actually.
So we have now.
No, he paid for 40 or 50 as regularly got their class. So they something.
This?
I mean, it's also
Okay, then I align it all.
Okay, then.
All right. Nice to meet you.
So the other part is here.
We're very happy. We have two residual pieces. They, I can see it together. And
12 minutes exactly.
John, right, John will have the first 5, you don't have 6, so you have 5 minutes. I think we're going to describe it, give people a chance to say, we already agreed on that, like that application. Tie them up, we should tie up. That's my guess.
That sounds good.
That's good enough?
We'll do that.
All right, so.
All right.
So.
You gave me over to you. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, but I have a list of stuff here.
Were you actually?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
How about you want to call people out about the hallway?
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, can you bring them up?
Right.
So, Pablo, there's no one outside. I would say people already left.
Okay.
Let's just get going.
All right, guys. So we're gonna have one last session. It's gonna be LP, Rocky, and Machine Elves here in the panel.
It's only going to be 2.
Oh, really? Okay, so just John
and
Elves. It's gonna last around 12 minutes, and then we'll have closing remarks by Adrian and Riju.
All right, I'm all physics, and we'll just kind of get going. We've heard some really, really good stuff so far. Like with the EteRNA Cell initiative, it's great to see what's happening with that. and with some of the stuff that we just talked about, there's a couple of things that I personally see that I think we should probably look at. One of the things that coming into the conference I wanted to kind of just bring up is that EteRNA in itself has a very special model. And like we talked about like how democratic it is, and I think it's important that we particularly try to find ways to stay open. There's the concept of the open lab. It was brought up being semi-open source, but how can we really be effective in getting all the ideas and experiences of everyone involved? And I've noticed that there's a lot of different ways you can get involved with EteRNA. Like I haven't been playing for like the past year because I've been busy with schoolwork going up. I've still dropped in and helped out a little bit with various community things. And I think it's important to be able to say, I can be really effective here. Maybe I don't necessarily have so much interest over here. So I think that's just something to really consider, is making sure that everyone can effectively do what they can do. And starting from coming up with ideas, being able to transparently see what everyone thinks, and going through. And one of the big things I think we've all seen is that with the whole thing of there's been a lot of great ideas that have arguably been lost in the forum, which can now be pretty much resolved, and that'll be really cool to see. And then the whole idea behind being semi-open source was that we can get more people develop it. And I think that will be really important if we can really get closer to there. It takes resources to do that. So what really is the most efficient between, do we do that, or do we, is it really more efficient to just let developers do things? But finding the best way for everyone's skills to be really used and for EteRNA to go as far as possible. And something that we were talking about at lunch yesterday at my table was how can we keep this idea of everyone has their own thing to do, and keeping people, getting people both interested and involved, and keeping them. Just to throw out a couple of things that we came up with. First of all, and this was kind of actually approached in the EteRNA cell, is first off having tiers. So the original thought that EteRNA brought up was that people have different levels of knowledge. But what my thought was, why not have different actual levels of involvement? So, like, what if, for example, there was different kinds of labs, and you started, and this helps structure you. So one of the big issues I found is that once I get into EteRNA, where do I go? After I have the tutorials, I see all these challenge puzzles, and there's tons of them, and they constantly hammer your head a particular way that EteRNA works, but then it's not actually being used for anything. And once you get once you get past that, then what do you do? This would really provide a way for everyone to be able to see, kind of get to see what they can do and get more involved. As their skill increases, they see more, and they have a more full idea of what's going on. And also, one of the big issues was with rewards with points. What if, instead of this massive scoring thing, what if we became more focused? And for example, we could have levels of, we could have score based on knowledge. For example, going through tutorials, you have tutorial coins. And that way, you can separate it a little bit more. You'll still want to have some sort of global scoring, but being able to make sure that you can stay focused. And also, something really important is just to make sure that everything is presented well. Because currently we have, for example, things like scripts, it's just kind of hanging out in the corner, making sure that everything is integrated and that everyone can see, here's what you can do, and easily be able to say, here's how you do it. So for example, it's not just you can make a bot, but here's some introduction on how to do it, and just a little bit of structure. And you can do what you want, but so you have a little bit of hand-holding as you need it. I just think that's something that's really important that I hope we can kind of focus on and hopefully be able to do more with.
So let me see if I can recap. I heard three main thoughts. One is you'd like EteRNA to be more open source, so more people could actually do development work.
We're starting there. Like we need to complete that process.
Okay, and a second thing is you'd like to see either more roles or levels or tiers of knowledge of people. And the third is you want to see the site come together more like with one map like was being shown with the EteRNA cell so that things aren't out on the periphery. Am I correctly summarizing your stuff? Okay, anyone have comments before we turn it over to Machinos? Okay, thanks.
Hi, everybody.
Hi.
First of all, I'd just like to say thanks to everyone and to you guys have no idea because I don't know you all very well since I'm extremely shy sometimes. But you guys are essentially have been my family for years at this point, and you all really matter to me, and I'm really grateful just that you're here and that you participate and that you give so much to this community because I really believe in this project and it would literally not be the same without you. Thank you. So I'd like to say a very special thank you to everyone here who makes an effort to pass the torch of kindness to one another. Those of you who participate with a helpful and compassionate attitude make the difference between this being a community versus just another crowd. The great strength of welcoming everyone in the global community to participate in citizen science is that it brings the widest possible diversity of talents to solving the world's most epic puzzle, which is how to program life itself. And even more importantly, how to unprogram disease and suffering. And while we can't all agree all the time, it's not healthy to actually do so, which is why diversity in genetics is so important. And it's why the most popular Cavendish banana is actually endangered due to the fact that the plants are all genetic clones of one another. And without new genes, one fungus can wipe out the whole crop because there's no diversity for some plants to be stronger and survive. So it's literally the strength of nature that we all have different talents and different strengths and different opinions. And it's something that I've had to learn that I don't necessarily know everything or the right way to do things. And it's why I advocate very strongly for us all to have a voice, even if we have different opinions. So I wish that more people knew that this is actually a strength and a part of nature itself, just so that we all have the diversity that we need to actually thrive as a community. So I just wanted to thank everyone for having different opinions and for sharing them because I think it makes us stronger to hear and to learn how to coexist with each other, even when we have so many different strengths and specializations. So I just wanted to say thank you because I know that we all focus very much on the research, and the reason why I sound kind of like a broken record on the importance of community is because I feel like we wouldn't be able to do that research without the strength of togetherness that I see and supportiveness that I see in how everybody treats each other here. So I just want to be an advocate for continuing that and to say thank you to everyone who makes a difference and shows up and tries, cares, and it's a difficult thing. I mean, I took a taxi here for one of the first times in my life. I just learned how to take a taxi last month by myself. And ended up talking with them just about what do they care about. They cared about education. And they said to me that it was such a burden to actually care about the world that much because they felt like it was all on them to solve the problems of the world. And knowing that I'm not alone in trying to help the world and that you guys are here helping with me gives me peace and helps me sleep at night. So thank you. And I just wanted to say a huge thanks and gratitude to everyone who made this conference possible. We would not be here enjoying this time today without Riju and Adrian and Tomo, especially while Rafi stepping in to take over responsibilities that I do not have the capacity to complete. Everybody, Pablo, everyone who contributed to make this happen. I can't thank you enough because we're here because of you. That's all I want to
say. Finally, some closing remarks by Rija and Adrian. Good luck topping that off. Just before that, though, some housekeeping.
announcements again. If you haven't given the LDI form, give it to me now. Our first live stream has been copyright tagged, so you can't see YouTube right now because of that also immigrant sound and website version. I don't know, just use whatever. So we'll fix it and repost, and well, I'll ask the first.
Well, I just want to say that this has been like the coolest conference I've ever been to, and I've never been to a conference where everyone cared so much about the underlying thing, and really even hearing all the discussions about how to organize the community and all that. On the one hand, it's exhausting, and I felt bad for Riju trying to moderate it all, but on the other hand, it was an honor because people cared so much, and that's where that was all coming from. So just been totally wonderful to see, and look forward to seeing you all at the next EteRNAcon.
Yeah, well, I want to say that I want to echo Adrian's points that this really has been a massive honor, and it's not just because you folks came and care so much. It's been you all have had tremendous courage in coming to the first event of this kind, and so to all of you, thank you. For the players who had the additional courage to speak, to give seminars, you have our eternal gratitude. That was amazing. And I think last, we want to specifically thank the organizers who have just done an amazing job. So that Pablo, please stand up. To know, we need Rocky, please. And go on, Stanford. Thanks so much for putting this together. It's going to be hard to top, but I hope that sometime in the near future, maybe a year from now, we'll be having the next EteRNAcon #2. And it's because you guys got us started. Thanks a lot.
And with that, EteRNAcon 2015 is over.
The RNA Healthy Water.